There are moments in life when you feel the quiet pull of something older than memory, something that hums just beneath the surface of ordinary moments. Perhaps you felt it before, a strange stillness that comes over you when you stare too long at a flowing river, or when you listen to rain tapping against a window, or when the lights go out and the silence becomes so deep you can almost hear your own heartbeat moving through the dark. It is in those fragile moments, when the world feels as if it's holding its breath, that your mind drifts toward questions you rarely say aloud. Questions about beginnings, questions about endings, questions about why the world feels shaped by forces too vast, too quiet, too ancient to fully understand. Maybe you've wondered why certain landscapes feel older than others, why the ocean, when you look at it long enough, seems to whisper stories of things it remembers, why mountains feel like witnesses, why deserts feel like absences that once held something large, why humanity itself feels like a young traveler walking through the shadow of an older world. Somewhere, deep in your instincts, there is a sense, a subtle knowing, that our species passed through a doorway we barely remember. A moment in time when everything changed, when the earth itself shifted, when the sky, the ice, the oceans, and the story of humanity all turned in the same direction. Tonight, we are going back to that doorway. Back to the moment 12,000 years ago when the world emerged from the last ice age, when rising waters swallowed entire landscapes, when the climate lurched suddenly toward warmth, and when ancient people whispered of a great flood that marked the dividing line between the world before and the world after. Before we go further, take a moment to settle in. Adjust your shoulders. Let your breath fall into a slower rhythm. Allow your eyes to soften, whether they are open or gently closing. And if you feel comfortable, I invite you to share in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Are you lying in bed in the quiet glow of a bedroom lamp? Resting on a sofa as the evening winds down? Or perhaps drifting into sleep on a long journey home? It's always beautiful to see how far these stories travel. As you settle into your space, let your mind drift with me now, slowly, gently, back toward the end of the Pleistocene, when the world was colder, harsher, and filled with species and landscapes that no longer exist. Imagine the Earth as it was then, the northern hemisphere buried beneath colossal sheets of ice, glaciers towering taller than mountains, valleys filled with frozen rivers stretching hundreds of miles, winds that howled across open plains where mammoths roamed in herds, low sea levels exposing land bridges between continents, a world where your breath would freeze in the air and the stars at night would glitter through an atmosphere clear and sharp as crystal. For tens of thousands of years, humanity lived in the grip of this frozen world, surviving by firelight, by instinct, by stories told across generations. And then, at the close of the last ice age, something changed. Not slowly, not gently, but suddenly, violently, catastrophically. A shift that transformed the planet. A shift that expanded oceans. A shift that changed weather patterns. A shift that erased coastlines. A shift that reshaped the fate of humanity. This event, the Great Melt, the Great Rising, the Great Flood, is preserved in ancient memory across cultures, from Mesopotamia, from Egypt, from the Indus, from the Americas, from Australia, from the cold world of the Arctic peoples, from islands now gone beneath the sea. Different cultures described it in different ways, but the theme is always the same. water rising, a world ending, and humanity standing at the threshold of something new. Scholars debate whether these ancient flood stories were local memories, mythic metaphors, or distorted reflections of real geological events. But what is certain is that around 12,000 years ago, the Earth experienced a transformation so profound that its echoes still shape our world today. Tonight, we will walk slowly through this time, not rushing, not seeking spectacle, not forcing drama where none belongs. We'll move gently in the soft cadence of history for sleep, following the rhythm of melting ice, the hush of ancient waters rising, and the quiet reshaping of human life as the old world dissolved. Imagine, for a moment, standing at the edge of an ice age ocean. The shoreline stretches much farther than it does today. Land extends outward in broad plains that now lie hundreds of feet beneath modern waves. Rivers carve deeper channels across exposed landscapes. Animals you've only seen in museums walk under a pale sky. Giant sloths, mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, saber-toothed cats. Your ancestors lived in this world. They walked across Europe following the migrations of reindeer and wild horses. They crossed the land bridge between Siberia and Alaska, a stretch of tundra known as Beringia, now buried beneath the Bering Sea. They navigated river systems that no longer exist. They painted the walls of caves that were dry land during the coldest millennia. If you stood beside them, the air would feel sharp in your lungs. Snowfields would glimmer beneath the winter moon. The horizon would stretch unbroken, untouched by cities or fields or the noise of civilization. And yet, beneath the stillness, something was changing. It began with temperature, warming slowly at first, then accelerating. Climate records preserved in ice cores show that the world did not thaw gently. It lurched, it pulsed, it shuddered. One moment, temperatures rose. The next, they plummeted. Then, without warning, they surged again. These swings disrupted ecosystems, pushed species toward extinction, and brought humanity to a precipice. Some believe a cosmic event triggered part of this chaos. A cluster of comet fragments striking the ice sheets, or a burst of extraterrestrial dust cooling the atmosphere. This idea remains controversial, debated by scholars, questioned by others, and not universally accepted. But what is agreed upon is that the world around 12,000 years ago was precarious. Ice dams held back vast inland seas, bigger than today's Great Lakes combined. When they broke, whether from warming or pressure, or perhaps from sudden geological shifts, megafloods swept across continents. Some of these floods were regional. Others were large enough to reshape coastlines permanently. Water thundered across ancient plains, carving deep channels still visible today in parts of North America, Siberia, and Northern Europe. These weren't gentle river floods. These were torrents carrying massive boulders, uprooting forests, and rewriting the landscape in hours. To ancient humans, these events would have felt like the end of the world. Imagine hearing the distant rumble of ice cracking miles away. A roar unlike thunder, deeper, longer, rolling across the land like the voice of the earth itself. Imagine watching the horizon darken, not with storm clouds, but with the rising wall of water moving inexorably toward you. Imagine trying to outrun it with your family, your tools, your memories, your stories. Imagine reaching higher ground and looking back to see everything familiar swallowed by the flood. For those who survived, this moment would be etched into memory so deeply that it would outlive generations. Memories like these become legends. Legends become myths. Myths become the ancient stories of great floods sent by gods, or spirits, or forces of the sky. Stories carried across continents and preserved for thousands of years. And yet, the Great Flood was not one event. It was many. A series of pulses, surges, melting episodes, and sea level rises that unfolded over centuries. But the effect was the same. The world humans had known since the dawn of our species was disappearing. Coastlines retreated by hundreds of miles. Islands vanished. Land bridges sunk beneath the waves. Entire homelands were lost forever. Places that once held human life are now under shimmering blue water. Hidden worlds of stone tools, hearths, animal bones, and forgotten settlements. Some believe that under the waters of the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Sunda Shelf, and the coasts of India lie the remains of ancient cultures that vanished during the post-Ice Age flood. These ideas remain debated, not confirmed, not dismissed, but whispered in the quiet corners of archaeology. As the world transformed, humanity transformed with it. People who once lived on wide open plains moved inland or toward the rising coasts. Rivers changed course, forcing migrations and creating new gathering points for early communities. As the climate warmed, plants and animals shifted with it. Forests spread, grasslands changed, herds moved. With the disappearance of certain species, ancient hunting strategies shifted too. Old ways of life were ending. But in endings often lie beginnings. In the aftermath of the Great Flood, something remarkable happened. Human groups that had once roamed widely began settling in specific regions. The Levant, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Nile Valley, South Asia. The world was warming. Wild grains grew in abundance, waterways stabilized. Landscapes became rich with possibilities, and humanity, pushed inward by rising seas, began gathering in closer communities. These communities became the ancestors of agriculture, the ancestors of ritual sites, the ancestors of the first villages, the ancestors of civilization itself. Some believe that without the great floods that reshaped coastlines, humanity might have remained nomadic for much longer. That the chaos of climate change forced us into collaboration, forced us to adapt, forced us to seek stability in a world that offered none. The seeds of the first civilizations were planted in the soil left behind by receding ice. But we have only begun to touch the edges of this story, because the Great Flood did not merely melt landscapes and drown coastlines. It reshaped the human mind. It reshaped our myths. It reshaped our fears. It reshaped our memories. It reshaped our need for permanence in a world that had proven it could vanish overnight. And somewhere in that reshaping lies the beginning of who we became. When you imagine the world waking from the last ice age, try to picture a landscape caught between endings and beginnings. The air would have carried the mixed sense of melting snow, damp earth, and the faint sweetness of new vegetation struggling up through ground that had known only frost. It was a world in transition, neither the deep freeze of the Pleistocene nor the stable warmth of the Holocene. It was an in-between world, fragile and uncertain, and humanity was moving through it blindly, adapting step by step to changes too large for any mind to fully grasp. Rivers swelled with meltwater, lakes overflowed their basins, oceans crept inland in a slow, unstoppable march. If you stood at the edge of a retreating glacier, you would hear it breathe. a long, groaning sigh as tons of ancient ice shifted under their own weight. Cracks would echo across valleys like thunder trapped inside stone. Meltwater would stream from fissures in shimmering curtains, pooling into newborn lakes. What had been frozen for tens of thousands of years was rushing back into the world in torrents and sheets and rushing towers of water. To ancient humans, this would have seemed like the earth awakening in pain. And in a sense, it was. The melting of the ice sheets was not passive. It was violent. Great blocks of ice carved off and crashed into valleys. Rivers carved new channels in weeks that would normally take centuries. Floods reshaped plains with breathtaking speed. Geologists studying these events describe landscapes transformed not in slow geological time, but in moments of catastrophic force. They speak of deltas suddenly drowned, cliffs collapsing into frothing water, and entire forests flattened beneath glacial outbursts. Imagine the shock of such change to a human mind shaped entirely by the rhythms of nature, rhythms that had been consistent for generations. Ancient people had no words for climate shift or global flooding, no scientific framework to explain the sudden chaos of their world. What they had was experience, memory, fear. Stories passed through firelight, a sense that forces far beyond human understanding were at work. And in response, they did what humans have always done. They told stories. Stories that would outlive the Ice Age. Stories that would outlive their descendants. Stories that would survive for thousands of years as myths of great floods, punishing waters, and rebirths of the world. It is almost impossible to overstate how deeply these events must have carved themselves into the human psyche. If you are forced to watch your homeland sink beneath rising water, the memory does not fade. If you wake one morning to find a river twice its size, roaring angrily past the place where your shelter once stood, the story does not leave you. If your ancestors once lived on a coastline that no longer exists, a coastline now buried beneath hundreds of feet of ocean, the loss becomes legend. And so, across the world, humanity whispered versions of the same tale. A great flood. A world washed clean. A handful of survivors. A new beginning. But long before these myths were written down, humanity had to survive the reality behind them. Picture ancient families gathering on high ground as the world changed around them. They would have carried little: tools, skins, fire-making stones, the most precious of their belongings. They would have watched from hillsides as valleys filled with water. Area by area, familiar places disappeared. A hunting ground swallowed, a riverbank erased, a cave entrance submerged, a path used for generations lost beneath a lake now shimmering under sunlight. Endings, one by one, quiet and irreversible. And yet, beginnings. As water receded from certain areas and intensified in others, new landscapes began to emerge. Rivers that were once too cold and dangerous became fertile highways. Valleys warmed and burst into life with grasses and wild grains. Forests spread where ice had once dominated. Animals migrated into new territories, following changing vegetation. Humanity followed them. People who had once moved constantly in pursuit of herd animals began to notice something. Seeds spilled near campsites grew into plants. Roots became edible near streams that had recently formed. Certain grasses produced more seed when harvested carefully. Wild barley and wheat flourished in warming valleys. This realization may seem small now, but it was revolutionary. Survival was no longer entirely dependent on movement. Stability, fragile at first, became possible. But stability also brought new questions. Where do we settle? How do we share the land? How do we store food when grains begin to accumulate? How do we keep peace when groups grow larger than before? How do we honor ancestors when burial grounds lie beneath rising lakes? How do we navigate a world where water, once a source of life, has become a source of fear? These questions gave rise to something entirely new in the human world, the beginning of permanent community. Not just clusters of families following seasonal cycles, but settled places where generations might live together. Early proto-villages appeared across the Levant, Anatolia, and the Fertile Crescent. Not yet towns, not yet cities, but something in between. A circle of homes built from clay and stone. Fire pits surrounded by shared tools. Grinding stones placed in communal areas. Storage pits dug into the earth. Animal bones scattered across floors worn smooth by footsteps. And seeds. Countless seeds. Sorted, collected, and stored. These early communities grew not because humans suddenly chose settlement as a better way of life, but because the changing post-Ice Age world pushed them toward it. The Great Flood era did not merely destroy landscapes, it reorganized them. Rivers stabilized in new channels. Rainfall patterns shifted dramatically. Forest lines moved north. Coastlines retreated and formed wide estuaries rich with life. The world became a place of opportunity, if you could survive the chaos that preceded it. Scholars debate how many human groups were displaced by rising waters. Some estimates suggest millions, others suggest fewer. But all agree that migration increased dramatically during this era. Humans moved inland, tracing rivers. They moved toward valleys newly rich with vegetation. They moved toward the Fertile Crescent, where a unique combination of climate, soil, and species created a cradle of possibility. And with each step, they carried memories of the flood behind them. The flood became myth. Myth became meaning. Meaning shaped identity. Humanity was beginning to understand itself not as a species living at the mercy of nature, but as a species adapting to a strange new world. For the first time, the idea of permanence began to take root. At night, under the dark sky of a warming world, ancient families would gather by firelight and tell stories not just about survival, but about the past. The land their ancestors had known, the world swallowed by water, and the world they now walked upon. Some legends describe the flood as punishment, others describe it as rebirth, others as a cosmic accident, others as a test. But beneath all these stories is a shared truth. The world that came after was not the same as the world before. The flood was a dividing line, one that still echoes quietly in the human imagination. But the flood did more than reshape the mind. It reshaped the map of human destiny. As coastlines drowned, wide shelves of land vanished beneath oceans. The Mediterranean surged inward, filling low-lying basins. The Black Sea, some scholars argue, flooded catastrophically through the Bosphorus, creating the deep inland sea we know today. The Persian Gulf swallowed ancient river oases, burying entire landscapes now lost beneath water. The Sunda Shelf sank beneath rising Asian seas, turning once connected lands into the scattered islands of Indonesia. The coasts of India, the Americas, and Australia retreated dramatically. Everywhere, water erased the old world. But in erasing, it also created new paths, estuaries, lakes, wetlands, and floodplains rich with plant and animal life. Humanity moved into these environments not just to survive, but to thrive. And in thriving, humanity changed again. New tools emerged. Stone blades became more refined. Hunting strategies shifted. Gathering became more complex. Groups grew larger. Ceremonial practices deepened. Burial customs evolved. And the earliest experiments in domestication took root, not just of plants, but of animals. The dog had already walked beside humans for thousands of years, but now goats, sheep, and eventually cattle began forming part of human life in a way they never had before. This shift, from hunting wild herds to managing them, was not sudden. It was a gentle unfolding, a slow rhythm pushed forward by environmental change. The flood made wandering harder. The flood made stability more valuable. The flood made collaboration essential. Out of this collaboration, the first permanent settlements grew into the earliest proto-villages. And some of those proto-villages grew into places of ritual and gathering that defy our expectations of ancient people. One of the most mysterious stands on a hill in southeastern Turkey, Göbekli Tepe. Built around 11,000 to 12,000 years ago as the Ice Age ended, it predates agriculture, predates pottery, and predates settled cities. Yet it is monumental. Carved stone pillars, enclosures arranged in circles, animal motifs etched into smooth limestone, a site of gathering, of ritual, of meaning. Some believe it was built by hunter-gatherers still adapting to the new post-Ice Age world. Others argue it reflects knowledge that must have come from pre-existing traditions now lost. And some wonder whether it preserved memories of the Great Flood itself, a cultural anchor in a world undergoing rapid transformation. Göbekli Tepe is not the only site from this era that feels almost anachronistic. Other ritual centers appear across the lands reshaped by meltwater, places where ancient people gathered in large numbers long before the first villages solidified. These sites suggest that as the physical world fractured, people responded by strengthening their symbolic world, by building meaning when the land beneath their feet was shifting, by creating permanence when nature had taken it away, by carving stone with the stories that water could not wash away. This instinct to anchor memory in something durable is one of the earliest signs of humanity's transformation into builders, organizers, settlers, and eventually, civilization. But we are still at the beginning, because as the flood reshaped landscapes, it also opened a path to the next great human shift, the transformation from wandering groups into agricultural societies and settled communities. That shift would change everything, and it was driven by the same force that drove the Great Flood itself: climate. As the world warmed and the ice receded, humanity found itself living in an unfamiliar landscape, one that no longer matched the stories of their ancestors. The valleys they had known were altering, forests spreading across plains where mammoths once walked, and vast tracts of once dry ground now lying beneath the cool, lapping edges of rising seas. They stood at the border between two worlds, one fading like a dream at dawn, and one rising quietly out of the mist of the new age. This transition did not happen all at once. It unfolded slowly enough that generations could adapt, but quickly enough that no one could pretend the world was unchanged. Elders would speak of places the young had never seen, places that seemed almost mythical, wide hunting grounds that were now ocean floor, river crossings now swallowed by unfathomable depth, and caves where ancestors once lit fires now drowned in silence. When ancient people spoke of the flood, they were not speaking only of a single catastrophe. They were speaking of a transformation that stretched across centuries, a transformation in which water became the central force shaping human life. Water rising, water retreating, water redirecting rivers, water nourishing new ecosystems, water carving new boundaries that separated what had once been familiar. It is difficult for us to imagine a world where coastlines moved so dramatically within living memory. Today, coastlines feel permanent, like lines written in stone. But in the world after the Ice Age, coastlines were fluid. They moved like wandering spirits, shifting year after year, swallowing forests here and exposing new land there. For the first time, humanity had to confront the fact that the earth was not fixed. It was alive. And as the land changed, humans changed with it. A warming climate brought new opportunities and new risks. Forests expanded across Europe, pushing out the open plains that had supported large herds of Ice Age animals. As these animals dwindled or migrated into colder regions, human groups had to diversify their strategies. The old ways of hunting with long spears in open terrain were no longer enough. People began focusing on smaller game, gathering wild grains and foraging in forests that offered berries, shoots, and roots. This change in diet was subtle at first, but subtle changes, when repeated over centuries, revolutions. Imagine a group of ancient families travelling along the foothills of a warming region. They camp near a meadow thick with wild barley and einkorn. The grains sway in the breeze like golden feathers, dense and abundant. Someone, perhaps not intentionally, drops a handful of grains near the campsite. Months later, the group returns to find those grains sprouting near the hearthstone. A small accident, a small observation, a small spark. Not yet farming, but the idea of farming. Another family notices that certain plants grow better in disturbed soil, in areas where camps are repeatedly built. Another notices that storing seeds through winter provides a buffer against lean seasons. Another learns which grains grind easily into flour between two stones. The world after the flood did not provide agriculture. It provided the conditions that made agriculture inevitable. Rivers swollen with meltwater flooded their banks each year, depositing rich silt across valleys. These floodplains became some of the most fertile regions on Earth. People began gathering along these rivers because they offered predictability in an unpredictable time. Water for drinking, water for animals, water for plants, and with water came life. It is no accident that agriculture emerged in these post-Ice Age landscapes: the Levant, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Nile Valley. These regions were transformed by changing climate into ribbons of abundance. Wild grains thrived, herd animals congregated, seasonal flooding nourished the soil. The world was inviting humanity to settle, and humanity began to accept that invitation. Picture one of the early Neolithic settlements, a cluster of round houses built from mud brick and thatch. The walls are smooth, cool to the touch. The entrances are low, requiring visitors to bow as they enter. Inside, the air smells of hearth smoke, dried grasses, and the faint sweetness of stored grain. Pots of dried seeds line the walls, seeds gathered from surrounding fields, saved for the next season. Children sit near the doorway, sorting seeds by size and shape under the watchful eyes of elders. Women grind grain on large stones, their movements rhythmic, almost meditative, as the sound of grinding echoes faintly through the room. Men return from the fields, carrying bunches of wild barley. Others bring back animals hunted in the nearby hills. There is a sense of community here, a shared rhythm of life, built not around the movement of herds, but around the slow growth of plants and the steady pulse of seasons. No one here thinks of themselves as farmers. They are still foragers, still hunters, still wanderers at heart. But something inside them is shifting, a quiet turning of the human mind toward the idea of permanence. The Great Flood may have erased the old world, but it also created the conditions for a new one. As ancient groups began returning to the same places each year, they started leaving more behind: tools, hearthstones, storage pits, the beginnings of architecture. And with these physical traces came something even more profound: memory, rooted in place. Before the flood, memory traveled with the people. Now, memory began attaching itself to the land. A generation buried beneath the oak tree, a ritual site marked by standing stones, a hearth used by parents and later by their children, a field of wild grain gathered season after season, a riverbank where communities held ceremonies. These places became anchors, not only for daily life, but for identity. And identity rooted in place is one of the first seeds of civilization. As settlements grew, so too did the need for coordination. Who plants where? Who harvests? Who stores grain? Who guards it? Who leads ritual offerings to ensure the next season's abundance? These questions were not answered through formal law, not yet, but through custom, tradition, and shared belief. The first walls ever built by humans were not for defense. They were for memory, for marking boundaries, for defining space, for shaping community. Archaeologists speak of places like Jericho, where ancient inhabitants built circular stone walls thousands of years before the first great city-states. These walls were not military. They were symbolic, a sign that people were beginning to think in terms of inside and outside. Inside was community. Outside was the uncertain world. Inside was order. Outside was change. Inside was memory. Outside was the world that the flood had reshaped. This new mental landscape allowed humans to invest emotionally in long-term projects. They began to build not just for themselves, but for generations. The idea of the future, real, tangible, planned, was born in this era. Yet even as people built settlements and cultivated plants, the memory of rising waters remained. It lingered like a shadow behind every new beginning. It is likely that early flood myths arose during this transitional period, not as exaggerated stories, but as reflections of real experiences. The sight of water reclaiming land would have been a source of fear and reverence. The unpredictability of seasonal flooding could nourish crops one year and destroy them the next. To ancient people, water was not just a resource. It was a force, alive, powerful, unpredictable. Flooding became associated with divine behavior. Rivers became objects of worship. Storms became symbols of judgment or renewal. The sea became a boundary between worlds. This psychological shift can be felt even today in the oldest religious texts, which describe creation emerging from water, life emerging from water, and destruction returning through water. And while myths grew, so did the need for organization. A settled life required new skills: tracking seasonal cycles, predicting harvests, storing food, building homes, managing shortages, sharing resources, resolving conflict. And from these needs emerged something inevitable: social roles. Some individuals became skilled in cultivation, some in tool-making, some in storage, some in ritual, some in leadership. The Great Flood had created a world where specialization was not only useful but essential. And specialization is the quiet foundation upon which all future complexity would rest. As settlements grew larger, social roles became more defined. Some individuals controlled more land. Some oversaw planting and harvesting. Some watched the skies for seasonal signs. Some mediated disputes. Some managed shared resources. For the first time in human history, certain people held influence, not because of physical strength or hunting skill, but because of their knowledge: when to plant, when to harvest, when the rains might come, when rituals must be performed, and how resources should be stored. Knowledge became power. Power became structure. Structure became tradition. And tradition is the seed of institutions. There is a moment in the archaeological record, subtle but unmistakable, when human settlements shift from temporary to permanent. This moment is marked by something simple: architecture built to last, stones arranged with purpose, walls reinforced, floors smoothed, post holes aligned, corners sharpened, doorways standardized. Homes were no longer shelters, they were places. Places with meaning, places with identity, places that held memory. And when homes became permanent, life became something new, intergenerational. For thousands of years before this change, a child grew up in a place their parents had left and would leave again. But now, children grew up in homes built by their parents, and those homes remained for their children. This continuity gave rise to something extraordinary: the human sense of legacy. Legacy is not instinct. Legacy is imagination stretched across time. Legacy is the idea that one's life contributes to something larger, something that continues beyond individual memory. And legacy is the foundation of civilization. But legacy also requires stability, and stability requires community. A community strong enough to withstand change, large enough to share resources, and connected enough to support one another. The seeds of these communities were planted in the post-flood world. As waters rose and landscapes changed, groups merged for survival. Families that once traveled alone now formed clusters. Clusters formed villages. Villages formed early networks of culture and trade. And with this merging came more than just cooperation. It came with shared identity. The first cultures emerged. Not tribes defined only by bloodlines, but communities defined by shared practices: how to build homes, how to make tools, how to store grain, how to bury the dead, how to carve ritual symbols, how to understand the forces of the world. As identity deepened, humanity stood on the threshold of another transformation, one that would move us beyond settlements, beyond villages, and into the first great societies of the ancient world. But to cross that threshold, people needed something more powerful than architecture, more durable than grain, more binding than shared stories. They needed systems that could hold human groups together through conflict, through scarcity, through uncertainty, and through the continuing rise and fall of the waters that had shaped their world. That system was emerging quietly in the background of these early communities, a system that would reshape the direction of history. If you walked through one of the first post-flood villages at dawn, you would see a scene both familiar and foreign. Smoke rising softly from early hearths, people emerging quietly from rounded homes, the faint sound of grinding stones echoing between walls. Children would be gathering water from a nearby spring. Elders might sit together, sharpening tools or repairing baskets woven from reeds. Women and men would prepare for a day of gathering, of tending to early crops, of walking out into the gently warming landscape to observe what the new season would bring. At first glance, it would seem like a simple life, unburdened by the complexities that later ages associate with civilization. But beneath this simplicity, something profound was taking shape, something that required more coordination, more trust, and more shared understanding than any earlier human group had ever attempted. The Great Flood had pushed humanity into tighter spaces, forcing cooperation not as a matter of convenience, but as a matter of survival. Swollen rivers had cut familiar routes. Rising seas had blocked ancient pathways. Storms had carved new lines across the land. People had to learn again and again how to live together, not only with one another, but with a world shifting beneath their feet. And so, in the quiet hours of the early Holocene, humans began weaving the first threads of social systems, patterns of behavior, responsibility, belief, and ritual that would one day expand into the foundations of religion, governance, and culture. These systems did not appear in moments of drama. They emerged slowly, like the steady expansion of dawn across a valley. You can imagine how they might have formed. A family gathers more grain than they can carry. Another family has extra meat from a successful hunt. They exchange. The exchange becomes habit. Habit becomes tradition. Tradition becomes expectation. Expectations become the beginnings of economy. Not economy as we understand it. No markets, no currency, no formal trade agreements, but a shared sense that resources can be distributed, stored, and exchanged with fairness, or at least with a memory of fairness, grounded in the quiet understanding that survival depends on cooperation. The first rules of human society were not written on clay. They were written in memory, in gesture, in practice. A family who shared generously gained honor. A family who withheld too much invited suspicion. A person who cultivated knowledge was valued. A person who caused conflict was watched. And slowly, these unwritten rules began shaping daily behavior. They guided who planted where, who harvested when, who performed rituals, who held authority in disputes, who mediated during hardship, who cared for the sick, who protected the young. Authority was not yet a role. It was a responsibility carried by those recognized for wisdom, experience, or spiritual insight. In this world, the earliest leaders were not kings or chiefs, but mediators, the ones who ensured that the fragile balance between people and nature held steady. Imagine one of these early figures, an elder with silvered hair, sitting near the central hearth as dusk falls. Others gather around them, not because they command it, but because tradition has shaped this rhythm. Questions are brought to them: where to plant the next field, when to travel to a distant valley for seasonal gathering, how to handle disputes over boundaries or resources. This elder listens, not with the authority of a ruler, but with the weight of memory of generations tested by floods, by storms, by hunger, by uncertainty. Their decisions are not decrees. They are echoes of what has worked in the past. In this sense, early systems of leadership were built not on power, but on continuity. Continuity held the group together. Continuity answered questions when none knew what to do. Continuity made the new world less frightening. And as continuity deepened, ritual became essential. Ancient people turned to ritual to create meaning where nature offered uncertainty. Seasonal ceremonies marked the transitions of the year. Songs preserved ancestral memory. Burial practices formalized respect for the dead. Symbols carved into stone connected human life to the natural forces that govern their world. This is where the earliest forms of shared identity took root. A group that performs the same ritual at the same time each year is no longer just a cluster of individuals. They are a community. Their actions bind them. Their symbols define them. Their stories shape them. Ritual creates belonging. Belonging deepens cooperation. Cooperation allows settlement. Settlement gives rise to stability. Stability allows innovation. Innovation leads to complexity. Complexity leads to systems. And systems, once formed, carry humanity toward civilization. But before systems could grow, humans needed something even more fundamental: a shared understanding of nature's rhythms. The post-flood world was filled with patterns that required careful observation. Wild grains grew in cycles. Seasons shifted in subtle ways. Rivers rose and retreated with predictable rhythms. Animals migrated along new paths. People began marking time, not only through memory, but through observation. A certain constellation aligned with the mountains when it was time to harvest. A certain bird returned when rains were near. Shadows fell in a specific direction when the days grew longer. The river smelled different when meltwater surged. These observations became knowledge. Knowledge became ritual. Ritual became calendar. A calendar is not merely a system for counting days. It is a system for predicting the world, and predictability is one of the deepest needs of the human mind. The first calendars were not written. They were remembered, carved into stone circles, marked by standing stones aligned with solstices, encoded in the orientation of early structures. Göbekli Tepe, with its carefully aligned pillars, may have held astronomical significance. Later sites, such as Çatalhöyük or Nabta Playa, show increasing awareness of seasonal cycles. To ancient people, the sky was not just a source of beauty. It was a map, a guide, a promise. If the stars returned in their proper positions, then the world was still in balance. But balance was not guaranteed. The memory of flooding remained in the human psyche, like a distant echo of catastrophe. The fear that the world could change again lingered behind every season. So humans turned to symbols, to representations of forces beyond their control. Animal spirits carved on pillars, abstract shapes etched into stone. human figures stylized in ways that suggested roles rather than individuals. These symbols form the earliest visual language shared by entire communities. A symbol understood by many becomes a system of communication. Communication becomes tradition. Tradition becomes identity. Identity becomes culture. And culture, shared widely enough, becomes civilization. But before civilization could emerge fully, humanity needed one more transformation: the development of sustained settlement. Settlement meant permanence. Permanence meant architecture that weathered seasons. Architecture meant planning. Planning meant shared labor. Shared labor meant coordination. Coordination meant leadership. Leadership meant structure. Structure meant society. And so, out of the unpredictable world left behind by the Great Flood, settlements became the quiet engine of transformation. Picture one such settlement, growing slowly from a handful of houses to dozens. Paths begin to form, worn into the ground by countless footsteps. Small courtyards emerge, where people gather to grind grain or repair tools. Designated areas for waste appear, kept away from water sources. Storage pits deepen, with walls smoothed to hold harvested grains. Walls become thicker, protecting homes from storms. Roof beams are aligned more precisely, reflecting shared building techniques. None of this appears dramatic in the archaeological record, but it reflects a profound shift. People were building with the expectation of return. This expectation allowed something new to flourish: craft specialization. As food became more predictable, more time became available for activities other than survival. Some individuals began making pottery. Some shaped tools from flint, obsidian. Some wove baskets. Some tanned hides. Some formed beads and ornaments. Some carved symbols into bone and stone. These crafts were not luxuries. They were early steps toward the complexity that civilization requires. A potter who improves their technique allows more food to be stored. A toolmaker who sharpens blades more effectively improves hunting efficiency. A builder who strengthens walls improves settlement protection. With each improvement, settlements grow stronger. With strength comes population growth. With population growth comes the need for organization. With organization comes the seeds of leadership. With leadership comes the beginning of systems. These systems were not yet governments, not yet states, not yet nations. They were frameworks, flexible, adaptable, and deeply intertwined with ritual. The line between spiritual authority, practical authority, and social authority was thin. Those who understood the rhythms of nature were respected. Those who led rituals became central to community identity. Those who mediated disputes became informal leaders. Those who connected with the symbolic world carried weight in decisions. This blending of roles created a world where early spiritual specialists, ancestors of later priests, held influence. Not through coercion, but through continuity. They were keepers of memory, interpreters of signs, and mediators between human life and the unpredictable forces of nature. In this sense, religion emerged not from fear, but from the need to understand a world left unstable by the end of the Ice Age. Ritual soothed the memory of flooding. Symbolism anchored meaning. Stories passed through generations preserved identity. Observations of nature built early science. Leadership grew from trust. Trust grew from necessity. Necessity grew from change. And change, in the end, is the silent architect of civilization. But humanity did not yet know where these shifts were leading. The people of these early settlements could not imagine the vast cities of the future, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the temples of Egypt, the complex societies of the Indus Valley, the great agricultural networks of China. They could not imagine writing or law codes or governments or mathematics or astronomy as we know it, or cities with tens of thousands of inhabitants. All of that lay far in the future, but its foundation was here, in the slow, quiet unfolding of human adaptation after the Great Flood. The next stage would change humanity forever. For settlements to become societies, for communities to become cultures, for traditions to become civilizations. Humans would need something even more transformative than agriculture, than ritual, than leadership, than settlement. They would need the concept that shapes everything in the modern world, the idea of collective order. Not personal habit, not family routine, not tribal custom, but order that extended beyond the individual, an invisible framework holding together large groups of people through rules, memory, and shared belief. Order, once established, would unlock the possibility of civilization. But order does not emerge on its own. It emerges through pressure, through conflict, through growth, through the human desire to make sense of a world that had proven it could flood, shift, and transform without warning. The seeds of this order had already begun to sprout, and the next chapter of the human story, the rise of organized society, was waiting just beyond the horizon of the post-Ice Age world. As settlements grew and landscapes stabilized, something subtle began to shift in the human spirit. A recognition that life no longer depended solely on the immediate moment, but on the patterns that connected moments together. Days folded into seasons, seasons folded into years, years folded into memory, and memory began to accumulate in ways that were more than oral, more than instinctive, more than personal. It became collective. A collective memory does not belong to one person. It belongs to everyone, and to no one. It lives in rituals repeated each year, in the way a house is built, in the way grain is stored, in the way a community gathers at dusk, in the way songs pass from mother to child, from elder to youth, in the way certain shapes carved into stone are recognized by all. This shared memory became the quiet thread binding early communities together. And from that binding came something new: order. The earliest order was not enforced, it was understood. It did not come from rulers, it came from rhythm. Ancient people began to realize that their survival depended not only on nature's cycles, but on the cycles created by human hands. Cycles of planting and harvesting, cycles of preparation and storage, cycles of ritual and rest. A person who broke these cycles did more than disrupt their own life. They disrupted the lives of everyone. And so, slowly, gently, without any formal declaration, early social expectations solidified. The first unwritten rules of civilization formed not from commands, but from necessity. Plant at the wrong time, and the harvest would fail. Harvest too early, and the storage pits would be empty. Distribute resources unfairly, and the community would fracture. Ignore ritual offerings, and the seasons might seem unpredictable again, a return to the chaos of the flood. In this way, necessity carried the weight of law long before law existed. If you walk through a recreated Neolithic village today, you might not realize how much meaning was embedded in the simplest actions, how much unspoken structure held daily life together. The placement of each home reflected social relationships. The storage pits reflected shared trust. The layout of hearths reflected communal cooperation. Even the arrangement of pathways reflected the natural flow of social interaction. Nothing was accidental. Even the quietness of morning routines, grinding of grain, the tending of animals, the gathering of water, was part of a larger, unspoken order. This order grew more complex as communities grew larger. When 50 people lived together, disputes could be resolved through conversation. When 200 lived together, disputes required mediation. When 500 lived together, disputes required structure. When thousands lived together, structure became system. But before systems could emerge, humans needed something even more profound: the idea that the community itself was greater than any individual within it. This idea did not appear in a single moment. It emerged in the slow accumulation of shared effort. You can picture how it happened. A family finds that their harvest is abundant. They share. Another season, another family finds abundance. They share. A drought year comes. The community stores grain collectively. The next year, the rains return, and the memory of shared hardship becomes tradition. Tradition becomes expectation. Expectation becomes responsibility. Responsibility becomes structure, and structure becomes the foundation of society. In the earlier settlements, these structures were simple: patterns of shared labor, shared food, shared ritual. But even in their simplicity, they represented something profound, the first layers of civilization. Yet there was still a missing piece. For structure to endure, it needed something sacred, something unchanging, something to anchor the community against the uncertainty left behind by the flood. That anchor became ritual leadership. Not kings, not rulers, not the administrators of later ages, but individuals who connected the human world to the natural world. People who understood, or appeared to understand, the forces shaping the seasons. They were observers of the sky, listeners to the wind, readers of the landscape, keepers of symbolic knowledge. To ancient people, these individuals did not hold power in the modern sense. They held understanding, and understanding in a world shaped by memory and myth was the highest form of authority. Imagine one such figure, an elder whose gaze lifted often toward the horizon, who knew when the rains were likely to return, who recognized the behavior of certain birds as signs of changing wind, who noted the angle of sunlight as days grew shorter or longer. Their knowledge was not scientific in our modern terms, but it was deeply observant, deeply attentive, deeply rooted in years of watching the world. Others gathered around such individuals not because they were commanded to, but because they needed reassurance that the world would unfold predictably. And in a world still haunted by the memory of rising waters, predictability was sacred. This quiet reliance on ritual knowledge began shaping early social hierarchy. Those who understood the patterns of nature became central figures in community life. They organized rituals. They advised on planting times. They mediated disputes. They maintained traditions. Their presence gave the settlement a sense of orientation, a direction toward which the collective attention could turn. But human groups were growing, and the needs of early settlements were expanding faster than tradition alone could carry. As populations increased, so did the need for coordination. Fields needed to be allocated, water needed to be managed, storage needed oversight, building projects required shared effort, rituals grew more elaborate, traditions accumulated, knowledge expanded, and slowly, humanity reached a threshold. Simple organization was no longer enough. Communities needed systems that preserved memory, enforced fairness, and balanced the needs of many. These systems emerged first through the distribution of resources. In early settlements, everyone worked, everyone shared, everyone contributed, but contributions were not equal. Some families gathered more grain, some hunted more animals, some possessed specialized skills, some held deeper ritual knowledge, some controlled livestock, some oversaw storage. Differences in contribution created differences in status, not yet wealth, not yet class, but status, a recognition that some roles carried more influence than others. This was the earliest form of social hierarchy beyond leadership itself. Hierarchy was not imposed. It emerged naturally from the demands of settled life. The person who understood seasonal cycles well became influential. The person who built the sturdiest homes became respected. The person who resolved disputes became trusted. The person who oversaw storage became central. The person who performed rituals became essential. These roles were not yet exclusive or inherited, but they were recurring. Certain families began to be associated with certain responsibilities. This association created the first hints of lineage, the idea that responsibility and knowledge could pass from one generation to the next. Lineage is powerful. It gives continuity. It gives identity. It gives direction. But lineage also introduces something new to human society, the beginnings of inequality. Not inequality rooted in exploitation, but inequality rooted in specialization. A family responsible for ritual might hold influence. A family responsible for storage might hold access. A family responsible for land allocation might hold authority. None of this yet resembled monarchy or states, but it was the seed from which such systems would grow. Yet, even as social roles crystallized, something else was happening, something crucial to the emergence of organized society. The memory of the flood and the fear of returning chaos remained. And in response to this fear, humanity turned increasingly to ritual. Ritual became a form of stability, a way to ensure that the world would continue, a way to mark the passage of time, a way to connect new generations to old, a way to create meaning from change. It is in these rituals that scholars see the earliest forms of organized religion, not in doctrine or dogma, but in rhythm. A ritual repeated becomes tradition. A tradition repeated becomes identity. Identity repeated becomes structure. And structure becomes the backbone of early societies. The earliest ceremonial sites from this era reflect this transformation. Great stone circles, carved pillars, burial mounds, gathering spaces large enough to host entire communities. These sites were not homes. They were not storage centers. They were not defensive strongholds. They were places of connection, between humans and the land, between memory and future, between fear and reassurance, between chaos and order. And it is here, in these ceremonial spaces that the first threads of organized society became tightly woven. Communities gathered for seasonal festivals. They exchanged goods and shared knowledge. They strengthened alliances. They performed rituals that renewed their bonds with nature. They marked births, deaths, and transitions. They reaffirmed the patterns that sustained them. In these gatherings, roles became clearer. Who led the rituals? Who organized the gathering? Who oversaw the distribution of food? Who mediated disputes that arose among distant groups? These structures were still fragile, still woven from memory rather than written law, but they were strong enough to guide communities through seasons of change. And change continued. As the climate warmed, fields expanded. As fields expanded, settlements grew. As settlements grew, hierarchy deepened. As hierarchy deepened, authority expanded. As authority expanded, order crystallized. But what truly changed everything was not plant cultivation or animal domestication or ritual specialization. It was a new relationship between humans and the land. For the first time in human history, people were not simply using the land. They were shaping it. They cleared fields deliberately. They dug irrigation channels. They built storage structures large enough for entire communities. They planned the layout of settlements with intention. They reinforced walls and aligned buildings to match seasonal light. They began to think not just in terms of survival, but in terms of improvement, an entirely new concept. The idea that the land could be transformed not only by nature, but by human hands was revolutionary. For hundreds of thousands of years, humans had lived in landscapes shaped entirely by natural forces. They adapted to rivers, forests, plains, and weather patterns beyond their control. But in this new world, a world reshaped by flood, by warming, by shifting ecosystems, humans realized something profound. They could intervene. They could channel water. They could cultivate fields. They could plan their environment. They could build structures that endured. They could reshape the land to support larger groups. This control over the environment created a new sense of human possibility, and possibility created ambition. Ambition created complexity. Complexity created systems. The earliest systems were simple: sharing grain, organizing labor, managing storage. But as communities grew, these systems expanded. Seasonal labor became coordinated. Storage became collective. Resources required oversight. Rituals required continuity. Disputes required resolution. And humanity approached another threshold. To move beyond villages, beyond early settlements, beyond ceremonial centers, humans needed a way to record memory that did not rely solely on the human mind. They needed permanent, stronger than storytelling. They needed a language that time could not erode. They needed the first steps toward writing. But the earliest writing was not writing in the modern sense. It was symbolic: shapes on stones, marks in clay, patterns carved into bone, symbols representing objects, rituals, animals, seasons. These symbols did not form sentences. They formed memory. Memory externalized, memory preserved, memory no longer dependent on the storyteller. This moment, the externalization of memory, quietly marks the birth of organized society. From this point onward, the past could be preserved, the present could be managed, and the future could be imagined. This was the final step humanity needed to cross the threshold from scattered settlements into early civilization. And all of it, the agriculture, the architecture, the ritual, the specialization, the hierarchy, the symbols, was shaped by the great flood that ended the Ice Age. Water had destroyed the old world, but it had also made the new world possible. What came next, the birth of true civilization, would build upon the systems formed in this era, and it would transform humanity forever. As memory slowly moved from human minds into symbols carved on stone, etched into bone or pressed into clay, the world itself began to change. Not suddenly, not with drama, not with the noise of conquest or the rise of kings, but quietly, steadily, through the gentle accumulation of practices that allowed communities to grow larger than anything humanity had ever known. Imagine a settlement that has slowly taken root over generations. It has grown from a handful of families into a cluster of dozens, then hundreds of people. Pathways between homes become familiar routes. The soft sound of grain grinding becomes part of the daily landscape. Children playing in the dust learn the patterns of their ancestors without ever needing to be taught. Where to gather water, how to recognize the coming of rain, which tools belong to which tasks. In such a place, the boundaries between routine and ritual soften. The act of planting grain becomes an offering. The act of storing seed becomes an investment in the future. The act of sharing food becomes a statement of identity. This is who we are. This is how we survive together. Every year that passes, the settlement becomes less dependent on the unpredictable wild and
more dependent on human-made systems. The floodwaters of centuries earlier had forced humanity into cooperation. Now, cooperation began to evolve into something structured, something that felt stable. But stability brings its own challenges. When a settlement becomes large enough, familiarity alone cannot sustain it. People begin to forget who shared what. Disputes become more common. Boundaries blur, memories fade. And the unspoken rules that once held the community together begin to strain under the pressure of growth. It is here, in this fragile moment, that humanity understood something essential. Memory needed structure. Not just the memory of flood or famine or harvest cycles, but the memory of agreements, of duties, of distribution, of leadership. Without structure, growth collapses under its own weight. With structure, growth becomes civilization. The earliest forms of structure were not written laws. They were customs, patterns recognized and repeated. A certain family always oversaw communal storage. A particular group performed rituals at key moments of the year. A specific lineage settled disputes. Over time, these patterns became expectations. Expectations became obligations, and obligations became the first embryos of authority. Authority in these early ages did not look like a king sitting on a throne. Authority looked like a respected voice at a gathering. It looked like a ritual specialist calling the community together. It looked like a wise elder advising when the rains would come. Authority was not imposed. It emerged from trust. But trust, like memory, is fragile. And as settlements grew even larger, trust alone could not sustain them. The need for something more, something beyond memory, beyond tradition, became clear. Early societies needed ways to assign responsibility, store surplus, manage labor, and regulate conflict that did not rely solely on individuals. They needed systems. Systems are humanity's way of organizing complexity into something manageable. And systems, once created, begin to shape those who use them. The first systems were simple. A designated area for storing surplus grain, protected from weather and animals. A shared set of rules about when planting should begin. A collective agreement on how to allocate water during dry seasons. A group responsible for organizing rituals. A process for resolving disagreements without violence. As these systems deepened, they began to intersect. The storage system connected to the distribution system. The ritual system connected to the agricultural calendar. The dispute system connected to lineage. The water system connected to labor organization. And in this interweaving, something new was born. Society. Not just a settlement, not just a community, not just a group of related families, but a society, an organized whole greater than the sum of its parts. When archaeologists study ancient sites from this era, what they find is not monumental architecture, but patterns. Patterns in the orientation of buildings, in the repeated use of communal spaces, in the placement of hearths, in the standardization of tools, in the formation of symbolic motifs. Patterns are the fingerprints of early society, and where patterns deepen, structure follows. You can imagine, for example, the emergence of water management. As rainfall became more variable in certain regions, controlling water became essential. Some communities began digging channels, others lined streams with stones, others diverted water toward fields. These efforts required coordination. No single person could redirect water for an entire village, and so a communal labor force emerged, not specialized, not overseen by rulers, but organized through custom, through expectation, through shared responsibility. As time went on, the tasks became more demanding. Floods damaged fields, ditches collapsed, walls eroded, fields expanded, storage pits needed maintenance, animals required tending, ceremonies grew larger. Each problem demanded new solutions, new roles, new forms of cooperation. And as cooperation became deeper, something remarkable began to form, a collective identity. Collective identity is one of the most powerful forces in human history. It binds people to a shared story. It gives meaning to difficult labor. It gives purpose to ritual. It allows large groups to work toward a common future. Before the Great Flood, identity was shaped largely by kinship, family, clan, small groups. After the flood, identity began to expand beyond blood. People belonged not just to a lineage, but to a place, to a settlement, to a community, to a shared pattern of life. The land itself became part of who they were. Fields tended by multiple generations held memory. Paths worn into the ground told stories. Rivers that shaped settlement rhythms became sacred. Hills that watched over villages became symbols of continuity. This connection between land and people is one of the defining features of early civilization. But something deeper was happening beneath the surface. As collective identity expanded, so too did the need for continuity. A settlement could not thrive if leadership shifted constantly. A ritual could not anchor society if performed inconsistently. Agriculture could not flourish if planting cycles varied from family to family. Storage could not endure if managed without oversight. Continuity required specialization. Specialization required roles. Roles required recognition. Recognition required legitimacy. And legitimacy required something not yet invented, a way to formalize authority. In this sense, the seeds of later kingship, priesthood, and governance were already germinating in these early societies.
not as institutions, but as patterns of reliance. When you observe the archaeological remains of these communities, you see hints of hierarchical structure, but only hints. Certain homes slightly larger, certain areas containing more symbolic artifacts, certain individuals buried with items suggesting roles of significance. Nothing resembling monarchy, nothing resembling bureaucracy, nothing resembling state systems. But the outlines are there, quiet, subtle, forming like mist before dawn. The most important development at this stage, however, was not hierarchy. It was cooperation. Cooperation is the true foundation of civilization. Without it, nothing can endure. Not grain, not ritual, not settlements, not culture. Cooperation allowed communities to survive unpredictability, to adapt to changing landscapes, to share knowledge and resources, to build structures too ambitious for individuals, to create systems that lasted beyond any one generation. This cooperation was not always peaceful. Tensions existed, disputes arose, rivalries formed. But the shared memory of catastrophic floods kept communities aware of one truth: the world could change at any moment. And in a changing world, unity was survival. This memory guided behavior silently, subtly, shaping decisions made by individuals who could not have explained their reasoning in words, but who felt instinctively that cooperation was the surest path forward. This instinct eventually gave rise to one of the most important innovations of early society: the concept of shared labor. Shared labor was not simply work done together. It was work understood to be essential for the community's survival. Irrigation channels dug collectively, fields cleared collectively, walls built collectively, grain stored collectively, rituals performed collectively. These shared projects strengthened the bonds between individuals and groups. They created a sense of common purpose, a sense that the community was a single entity, not just an aggregation of families. Shared labor also created the need for coordination. Coordination led to roles. Roles led to responsibility. Responsibility led to authority. And authority led to the earliest forms of governance. Not rulers, not kings, not administrators, but frameworks for decision-making rooted in tradition and collective memory. These frameworks varied from place to place. Some settlements relied on elder councils. Some relied on ritual specialists. Some relied on appointed mediators. Some relied on the functional authority of those who managed water, fields, or storage. But all shared one essential quality: authority served the community, not the individual. This would change in time, but in the earliest phases of civilization, leadership emerged from necessity, not ambition. And necessity was shaped by the memory of environmental instability. The Great Flood had shown humanity that nature could shift violently, that landscapes could disappear, that survival depended on cooperation, memory, and balance. So early societies developed systems to protect themselves from uncertainty. The first of these systems was storage. Storage pits grew larger. Pottery became more refined. Techniques for drying, grinding, fermenting, and preserving food became more sophisticated. Communities constructed shared granaries, simple structures built with clay walls and reinforced floors. Shared storage required oversight. Oversight required trust. Trust required accountability.
and accountability required memory external to the human mind. This is where symbolic notation began to evolve into something approaching proto-writing. Marks carved on bone to tally livestock, pecked dots on stone to track seasons, simple marks on clay tokens representing quantities of goods, patterns repeated on pottery vessels indicating ownership or origin. These early marks were not writing, but they represented something new, the idea that memory could be made visible. Visible memory transformed society. No longer could disputes rely solely on recollection. No longer could resources be allocated only by tradition. No longer could decisions be made solely by elders. The community had begun creating objective anchors, symbols that held meaning independent of any single individual. This objectification of memory is one of the quiet revolutions of early civilization, and it paved the way for something that would eventually change the world, the emergence of writing itself. But writing was still far in the future. Before symbols could evolve into language, humanity needed something else: scale. Scale required population. Population required stability. Stability required agriculture. Agriculture required systems. Systems required continuity. Continuity required identity. Everything was connected, like interlocking loops of a vast, invisible pattern weaving itself slowly into human life. And this pattern, once woven strongly enough, would give birth to the first true civilizations. But before that emergence came a final transformation of the post-flood world, a transformation less visible in artifacts, but deeply felt in the human psyche. As generations passed, the memory of the Great Flood shifted from experience to story. Story became myth. Myth became meaning. Meaning became ritual. And ritual became the foundation of early belief systems. Belief systems gave communities a shared cosmology, an explanation of the world, a reassurance of order, a narrative to guide behavior. In these belief systems, water held a special place. Water was creation. Water was destruction. Water was purification. Water was boundary. Water was power. It had ended the Ice Age. It had ended the Old World. It had reshaped the land. It had given humanity new beginnings. And it became the central symbol of renewal in many ancient traditions. But as water symbolized renewal, it also symbolized fear, the memory that the world could shift again, unexpectedly, violently. This fear encouraged communities to cling to order, to create systems, to honor rituals, to maintain balance. And balance, in turn, guided the emergence of early civilization. The next step would be monumental: the transition from early settlements into complex, organized societies capable of supporting towns, cities, and eventually states. This step would require something humanity had never attempted before: the creation of collective structures, the kind that could organize thousands of people through shared labor, shared belief, shared purpose, and shared identity. The blueprint for civilization had been drawn. Now humanity was preparing to build upon it. As these early communities expanded and the blueprint of civilization took form, humanity stood at the threshold of a transformation unlike anything that had come before. For hundreds of thousands of years, humans had lived in small groups, guided by instinct, memory, and the slow rhythms of nature. But now, nature itself had changed.
The land had reshaped. The waters had risen. The patterns of the sky had shifted. The ancient world was dissolving into something new. In this new world, the human spirit began to stretch in ways that were subtle at first, barely perceptible from one generation to the next, but monumental when viewed across centuries. The transformation was not only physical, not only environmental, not only social. It was psychological. Humanity was beginning to see itself as a species capable of shaping destiny, not merely surviving it. As settlements grew and systems matured, something remarkable began to happen. Communities started to connect. At first, these connections were simple. Paths worn between neighboring groups, seasonal gatherings, shared rituals performed at sacred sites. But over time, these interactions grew more complex. Goods began to move between settlements. Tools shaped in one region appeared in another. Symbolic motifs carved into stone at one site echoed motifs seen miles away. This quiet weaving together of early communities formed the first networks of exchange, of knowledge, of culture. And these networks began to redefine what it meant to be human. Imagine two early settlements separated by a long stretch of land. One nestled near a river that floods each spring, the other perched on a hillside overlooking fields of wild grain. Each community has developed its own traditions, its own rituals, its own ways of working with the landscape. But once or twice each year, they meet at a place between them, perhaps a clearing, perhaps a grove of ancient trees, perhaps a cluster of stones that has held significance for generations. They gather not only to exchange goods, stone blades for grain, animal hides for pottery, but to exchange stories. Stories of the floodwaters that once reshaped the world. Stories of the spirits believed to dwell in rivers or mountains. Stories of ancestors who survived a time when the skies darkened and the winds howled across barren plains. Stories that root identity in memory and memory in place. At these gatherings, knowledge spreads. A new tool-making technique, a more efficient way to store grain, a new style of ritual carving, a song from another valley, a pattern from another settlement, a new understanding of when rains will arrive, a method for shaping clay into sturdier vessels. This exchange of knowledge is one of the most powerful forces in human history. It allows communities to develop faster than isolation would ever permit. Ideas spread like seeds carried on wind, taking root wherever they find fertile ground. And as knowledge spreads, the world begins to feel connected, not in a physical sense, but in a symbolic one. People start to understand that there are others like them beyond the horizon, others who perform similar rituals, who face similar challenges, who tell similar stories about the flood that once reshaped the land. This shared sense of humanity is the early foundation of culture. Not culture as defined by art or language or architecture alone, but culture as a shared worldview, a shared understanding of what it means to exist within a world governed by forces greater than any one group. As culture deepens, settlements begin to take on recognizable patterns. Homes arranged in clusters, communal spaces defined with intention, ritual sites placed on high ground or aligned with celestial events, storage areas built in similar shapes, tools crafted with similar techniques, symbols drawn with shared motifs. These patterns reveal something extraordinary. Humanity was learning not only how to survive, but how to organize life in ways that could endure beyond a single generation. Endurance is one of the defining qualities of civilization. But endurance requires something new, something fragile yet powerful: administration. Administration may seem like a modern idea, something tied to governments or institutions or complex organizations. But its roots lie in these early settlements, in the simple acts of managing surplus, organizing labor, distributing resources, and maintaining rituals. Administration begins with questions. How do we ensure everyone has enough? How do we store grain so it lasts through winter? How do we organize labor to build a new structure? Who oversees the water channels when floods arrive? How do we settle disputes so the community remains united? These questions require answers that are consistent, predictable, and trusted. And so, early humans began creating roles, not inherited yet, not formal, not rigid, but recognized. A person known for wisdom helps settle disputes. A family known for storage skill oversees communal grain. A lineage tied to ritual leads ceremonies. A builder skilled in stone or clay oversees construction. These roles are not yet separate from everyday life. They flow naturally from the patterns of behavior observed in each individual. But they are real enough to shape the structure of early society. As these roles solidify, another transformation occurs. Settlements begin to define spaces not just functionally, but symbolically. Certain areas become associated with leadership, others with ritual, others with storage, others with daily domestic life. This spatial division marks a profound shift in human thinking. The world is no longer a uniform place. It is a place of zones, zones of meaning, zones of function, zones of identity. This zoning is the first architectural expression of order. From this order emerges something deeper: the ability to scale. Scale means that the system supporting 100 people can be adapted to support 1,000. That roles once shared by a handful of individuals can expand into more specialized tasks. That buildings once used for ritual can grow larger and more elaborate, reflecting the increasing complexity of community life. Scale allows society to grow without collapsing under its own weight. But scale requires something else, something humanity had never developed before: the intentional management of shared resources. Shared resources might include water, soil, grazing land, or storage structures. But the most important shared resource of all was knowledge. Knowledge of when to plant, knowledge of how to build, knowledge of how to store, knowledge of how to observe the sky, knowledge of how to navigate conflict, knowledge of how to maintain ritual cycles. Knowledge preserved only in memory is fragile. Knowledge preserved in symbols is stronger. Knowledge preserved in structures is stronger still. And so, early human societies began embedding knowledge not just in stories or symbols, but in their built environment. The layout of a village reflected its social organization. The orientation of a ritual site reflected astronomical knowledge. The design of storage pits reflected agricultural expertise. The placement of water channels reflected hydrological insight. The landscape itself became a form of memory. This shift, from memory carried in the mind to memory preserved in place, marks one of the most important transitions in human history. It is the moment when environments cease to be passive backdrops and become active participants in human life. A settlement shaped by memory could survive without its founders. A ritual carved in stone could outlive generations. A storage system built with intention could support hundreds. A water system maintained consistently could transform a valley. These developments allowed early settlements to grow, but growth brought challenges that required new innovations. One challenge was conflict. As settlements grew, disputes became more frequent. Disputes over land, over water, over storage, over ritual responsibilities, over lineage, over identity. In small groups, such conflicts could be resolved through familiarity. Everyone knew everyone else. Disputes were personal, not structural. But in larger communities, interpersonal resolution was no longer enough. Conflicts required mediation rooted not in memory but in authority. Authority tied to role, not personality. The emergence of structured conflict resolution is one of the earliest signs of governance. Not governance in the modern sense, not yet laws or institutions or codified systems, but governance as the recognition that group decisions must be made collectively, consistently, and with legitimacy. These early governance structures were shaped by need, not by ambition. They emerged when water had to be allocated, when fields had to be expanded, when storage had to be protected, when rituals had to be coordinated, when disputes had to be resolved. Quietly, slowly, early communities created the first forms of collective decision-making. We cannot know exactly how these decisions were made. There are no written records yet. Only patterns in building layout, patterns in burial sites, patterns in ritual centers, patterns in storage structures. Archaeologists interpret these patterns as evidence of social organization, and, in a sense, they are right. But these patterns tell only half the story. The other half lies in the psyche, in the way communities understood themselves as a whole. They began to see the community itself as an entity, something that could be healthy or unhealthy, balanced or unbalanced, prosperous or threatened. This idea is the root of societal thinking. The Great Flood had shown humanity that nature could disrupt life on a scale beyond comprehension. The memory of that disruption lingered. Communities learned that survival required more than individual skill. It required collective action. This collective action laid the foundation for everything that followed. Agriculture expanded, settlements grew, trade routes extended, rituals deepened, symbols multiplied, roles specialized, authority consolidated, systems matured, and gradually the world reached another threshold, the threshold between early society and true civilization. Civilization is not defined by size alone. It is not defined by agriculture or architecture or hierarchy alone. Civilization is defined by the ability to organize large groups of people through shared memory, shared meaning, and shared systems. Humanity was approaching this threshold, step by step, generation by generation. The systems needed for civilization were forming. The memory of the flood was fading into legend. The land was stabilizing. The climate was warming. The population was growing. The tools were evolving. The symbolic language was deepening. The settlements were expanding. Soon, humanity would take a step that would transform everything. The creation of the first proto-cities, places where thousands of people gathered, lived, worked, believed,
and built together. These proto-cities would not appear suddenly. They would grow slowly from earlier settlements. Their foundations would rest on generations of adaptation, memory, and cooperation. They would be built not only from stone and clay, but from the echoes of the flood, the lessons of survival, and the shared hopes of communities seeking stability in a world that had once been unpredictable. The next stage of the human story was rising quietly, like dawn spilling across a valley. Civilization was about to emerge. The emergence of the first proto-cities was not a sudden leap, but a slow, almost imperceptible deepening of patterns already present in smaller settlements. It happened in the same quiet way that dawn overtakes the night. Not with a single moment of clarity, but with a gradual brightening, a steady unfolding, a shift so subtle that only after it completes do you realize everything has changed. Imagine the landscape of the early Holocene as it appeared to ancient people. The ice was gone, retreating into the far north. Forests stretched across regions that had been barren tundra. Rivers ran fuller, fed by lingering meltwater that still flowed through distant valleys. Animals roamed along newly formed routes, following vegetation that grew in patterns unknown just centuries before. The sky seemed warmer. The wind carried scents of grasses and flowers once trapped beneath ice. Into this new world, human settlements grew in size and complexity, slowly extending from clusters of homes into something far more intricate. Villages expanded outward like ripples on a pond, each generation building just a little farther from the last, until the settlement covered wide stretches of land. At first, each home looked like the next, small, rounded structures of mud and reed, or packed earth, their hearths glowing softly in early morning light. But over time, differences appeared. Some homes were larger, some were sturdier, some held more storage, some were built for ritual purposes, some contained tools and objects that suggested specialized work. These variations revealed the beginnings of social complexity. Not yet classes, not yet formal hierarchies, but differences shaped by skill, by lineage, by the slow accumulation of responsibility. And as these differences deepened, the settlement itself began to take on form. Certain areas became associated with daily domestic life: hearths, grinding stones, storage jars. Other areas became associated with ritual: stones arranged in circles, altars, carved objects placed intentionally. Paths connecting homes became more defined. Communal spaces expanded into carefully tended courtyards. Storage pits grew deeper and more numerous. Workshops appeared where specialized crafts took place: flint knapping, pottery shaping, weaving, tanning. The settlement was becoming not just a place to live, but a place to organize life. This organization required something humanity had never fully developed: coordinated, long-term planning. For the first time, humans began shaping their settlements with intention. Not simply responding to the land, but designing it. Houses were arranged around central courtyards. Work areas were grouped together. Storage pits were placed where they could be protected. Paths became aligned with seasonal movement of sun and wind. Ritual spaces were positioned in places of symbolic significance. This design was not accidental. It was the result of collective memory, the memory of what worked and what did not, passed down across generations.
And as this memory deepened, something extraordinary happened. Humanity began building structures larger than any one family could maintain. These communal structures marked a profound shift in human behavior. A structure that requires many hands to build is a structure that belongs to everyone. A structure that belongs to everyone becomes a symbol, not of individuals, but of community. This is how the first communal buildings emerged, simple at first, but with deep significance. Large halls where people gathered, granaries storing the harvest, ritual enclosures carved with mysterious symbols, platforms where ceremonies took place, walls that defined communal identity. In these structures, the earliest echoes of civilization can be felt. But proto-cities were more than buildings. They were systems, systems of cooperation, of memory, of belief, of labor. As populations grew into the hundreds and then into the thousands, daily life required coordination on a scale previously unimaginable. Fields had to be managed across large areas. Water had to be distributed fairly. Storage had to be protected through seasons. Surplus had to be allocated. Tools had to be crafted consistently. Rituals had to be conducted at specific times. Disputes had to be resolved in ways that preserved unity. Knowledge had to be passed from one generation to the next. The demands of life were overwhelming in their complexity, far beyond what instinct or tradition alone could handle. And so, humanity took the next quiet step towards civilization. Specialization deepened into profession. The potter did not simply make pots out of convenience. They became a potter because the community needed someone to focus on that task full time. The builder did not simply shape mud into walls. They became a builder because others relied on their skill. The ritual specialist did not simply perform ceremonies. They became a guide, a voice, a protector of tradition. The mediator did not simply resolve disputes. They became the stabilizing force that preserved social order. These roles became essential. Essential roles became respected. Respected roles became authoritative. Authority did not yet look like power. It looked like responsibility. A responsibility to the community. A responsibility to memory. A responsibility to the future. And with responsibility came continuity, the awareness that roles must be passed on, that knowledge must be taught, that tradition must be preserved. This continuity is one of the cornerstones of early civilization. But for continuity to endure, societies needed something else, a way to record memory in durable external form. Symbols carved on stone, patterns etched into pottery, tokens representing goods, marks indicating quantities, lines suggesting ownership or ritual significance. These early symbolic systems were not yet writing, but they carried intention. They allowed memory to move beyond the individual, beyond the generation, beyond the limitations of oral tradition. Memory preserved outside the mind is the root of bureaucracy, of governance, of history itself. But humanity was not yet ready for true writing. It needed one more transformation, a shift in scale, in structure, in social organization. This shift came from something deceptively simple: the ability to produce surplus. Surplus is more than excess. It is time. It is security. It is possibility. When a community produces more food than it consumes, members are freed from the cycle of daily survival. Some can focus on craft. Some can focus on ritual.
Some can focus on dispute resolution. Some can focus on building. Some can focus on storage and distribution. Some can focus on tracking the movement of stars. This diversification of labor is one of the most important developments in human history. It allows communities to develop complexity. It allows systems to deepen. It allows knowledge to expand. It allows structures to grow. But surplus also introduces new challenges that require structure to overcome. One challenge is inequity. Some households produce more food than others. Some have more animals. Some have more tools. Some have more storage. Some have specialized skills that give them more influence. Inequity, if unmanaged, leads to conflict. But conflict, if managed well, leads to governance. And governance, if grounded in collective memory and communal trust, becomes society. The earliest governance structures were councils, gatherings of elders, of lineage heads, of ritual specialists, of those who held respected roles in the community. Decisions were made through discussion, through consensus, through tradition, through the guidance of ritual and memory. Power did not yet coalesce around a single figure. The idea of a king did not yet exist. The idea of government was unborn. What existed was shared responsibility, informal, fluid, but effective enough to guide the community through seasons of change. But as populations grew larger still, into the thousands, even these councils began to strain under the weight of complexity. Where to plant fields when land became limited? How to allocate water during drought years? What to do when families claimed overlapping rights to the same piece of land? How to store grain securely when surplus grew beyond local capacity? Who oversaw trade when communities exchanged goods across distances too great for casual trust? How to protect settlements from raids by hungry groups displaced by environmental change? These questions could not be answered by memory alone. They required structure, and structure required enforcement. Enforcement is the first step towards centralized authority. Not authority as domination, but authority as collective agreement, the acknowledgement that certain decisions must be made for the good of all, and must be upheld even when they are not personally beneficial. This recognition marks a turning point. The earliest proto-cities began forming not because people sought power, but because they sought stability. Stability against hunger. Stability against conflict. Stability against drought. Stability against the memory of catastrophic floods. Stability against change. And so, settlements expanded into something more. Places where craft specialization deepened, where trade routes intersected, where rituals grew more elaborate, where symbols multiplied, where governance took form, where the organization of daily life became too complex to leave to chance. These places became centers, not yet cities, but more than villages, centers of identity, centers of labor, centers of ritual, centers of trade, centers of memory. They were the seeds of civilization. Their emergence reflected the slow, inevitable arc of human adaptation in the wake of the Great Flood. Water had reshaped the land. The land had reshaped humanity. Humanity was now reshaping itself. In these proto-cities, you would see the world beginning to look familiar. Not modern, not urban, not industrial, but human, in a way that resonates across millennia. Paths becoming streets, storehouses becoming districts, council areas becoming administrative spaces, ritual sites becoming temples, workshops becoming early industries, neighborhoods forming around craft and lineage. The complexity was still gentle, still emergent, still flexible, but the foundation had been laid. The next steps would bring humanity into the Bronze Age, the age of metallurgy, of architecture, of true writing, of expanding populations, of monumental structures, of kings, of trade networks stretching across continents. But all of that still lay in the future. For now, humanity was standing at the threshold. A moment in time where the remnants of the old world and the possibilities of the new world touched like waves meeting on the shore. The memory of the flood was still present in stories. The rhythms of ritual still echoed the cycles of rising and falling water. The structures of early society still bore the imprint of environmental transformation. Everything was in motion. Everything was becoming. Everything was preparing for yet another leap. But before humanity stepped into the Bronze Age, one more transformation was needed: the solidification of writing, true writing, as a system capable of preserving the complexities of society. The ground was ready, symbols were deepening, memory was externalized, systems were expanding, communities were connecting. Humanity was on the edge of one of the most revolutionary innovations in existence. An innovation that would finally break the barrier between memory and permanence. There is a moment in the long, quiet arc of human history when symbols stopped being mere echoes of memory and became something more. Something that could lift meaning out of the fragile vessel of the human mind and carry it forward across generations. This moment was not dramatic. It did not announce itself with fire or stone monuments or sudden leaps. It arrived gently, like a whisper in the dawn, when symbols began to combine, repeat, and evolve into the earliest forms of writing. To understand how writing was born, imagine the world as it existed around 10,000 to 8,000 years ago. Proto-cities were growing, rituals were expanding, surplus was accumulating, exchange between settlements was increasing. The rhythms of life were becoming structured, predictable, interconnected. And memory, traditional, oral, human memory, was no longer enough. You can picture an elder trying to remember how much grain a family contributed last season, or how many animals were owed in a trade agreement, or which lineage had the right to a particular field. These tasks, once simple in small groups, became impossible in communities of hundreds or thousands. Mistakes bred conflict, uncertainty bred distrust, and distrust threatened survival. Humanity needed a way to externalize memory that was not bound to a single mind. It began with tokens, small clay shapes, each representing a particular item: a jar of grain, a goat, a measure of oil. These tokens could be counted, stored, transported. They were simple, but they carried meaning beyond words. And in carrying meaning, they carried responsibility and trust. Imagine a ritual specialist holding a basket of tokens representing contributions for an upcoming ceremony. Imagine a storage worker using tokens to track how much grain each household had stored. Imagine a mediator using tokens to settle disputes over resources. In each case, the tokens stood in for memory, memory made physical. Over time,
people began pressing these tokens into soft clay before storing them. The impressions left behind formed the earliest written marks, abstract but consistent designs, not yet words, not yet sentences, but records. Records that outlived their creators. Once meaning could live outside the mind, humanity crossed a threshold. The world changed in ways too subtle for early people to articulate, but unmistakable in impact. The first clay tokens evolved into clay tablets. Not accidentally, but inevitably. A tablet could store more information than a cluster of tokens, and it could be stored, transported, and referenced by anyone. As tablets spread, they allowed knowledge to accumulate. A tablet could preserve the memory of a trade agreement. A tablet could record a lineage's ritual responsibilities. A tablet could mark the boundaries of a field. A tablet could tally contributions to a communal storehouse. A tablet could store early myths, prayers, and stories. This was the beginning of recorded history, not because the tablets described the world as we now record it, but because the tablets preserved memory against time. Writing emerged not because humanity sought literature or poetry, but because humanity sought order. The memory of chaos, the ancient floodwaters, still lingered. The memory of unpredictability still shaped the psyche. Communities that lost records risked collapse. Communities that kept records endured. And so, writing began to spread. But writing in its earliest form was not just practical, it was symbolic. Some symbols represented objects, others represented actions, others represented sounds, others represented spiritual concepts too subtle for words. At first, only a few individuals mastered writing, just as only a few mastered ritual or tool-making. But these early scribes held a role unlike any other. They became the keepers of continuity. Imagine a young scribe, seated before a soft slab of clay as dawn breaks. Their fingers move with practiced precision. They press symbols into the surface, each mark carrying meaning older than they are. The clay cools. The tablet hardens. The memory becomes stone. For the first time, knowledge becomes durable. The emergence of writing changed the human relationship with time. Before writing, knowledge was limited by lifespan. After writing, knowledge belonged to generations. This shift allowed proto-cities to grow into true cities. Where memory could be recorded, systems could expand. Where systems expanded, complexity could deepen. Where complexity deepened, architecture could rise. And rise it did. The earliest large-scale structures in the ancient world were not palaces or defensive walls. They were ritual spaces. These spaces suggest that even as complexity increased, humanity kept its spiritual core. The first temples were not symbols of domination. They were symbols of balance. Balance between earth and sky, between past and future, between memory and possibility, between humans and the forces that shaped their world. Walking through one of these early ritual centers would have been a quiet experience. Tall stones arranged in circles, casting long shadows at sunrise. Carved pillars with animals, symbols and abstract patterns. Alcoves for offerings, grain, shells, bones, carved objects. Fires lit at specific times of year, marking the movement of seasons. Steps worn smooth by generations of feet. Nothing was random. Nothing was decorative for its own sake. Every shape, every alignment, every carving held meaning. These places were the beating heart of early society. Not only did they preserve knowledge through ritual, they created social unity. Communities gathered for ceremonies that marked time, the solstice, the equinox, the first planting, the first harvest. These gatherings reinforced identity. Identity reinforced cooperation. Cooperation reinforced stability. And stability allowed cities to form. A proto-city is more than a large settlement. It is a settlement with structure, social, architectural, economic, symbolic. True cities would come later, but their foundations were already here. Imagine
walking through one of the first proto-cities. Paths widen into streets. Homes cluster into neighborhoods. Workshops produce goods for hundreds of people. Animals are kept in managed enclosures. Fields extend in every direction. Ritual specialists move between households to bless newborns or mark seasonal changes. Dispute mediators settle disagreements. Storage areas fill with grain and tools. Clay tablets record contributions and agreements. Trade routes lead outward like arteries into vast landscapes. This web of life was delicate. It depended on cooperation, on systems, on predictable patterns, but most of all, it depended on belief. Belief that a community could endure change. The memory of the Great Flood taught early people that the world was unpredictable. Their response to this unpredictability was not fear, but structure. Structure gave shape to uncertainty. Writing preserved structure. Ritual preserved identity. Architecture preserved memory. Surplus preserved security. Specialization preserved complexity. Together, these elements formed the skeleton of civilization. But civilization required something more: the ability to manage populations far larger than those of early settlements. This ability emerged through the concept of collective oversight. Not oversight by a single figure, not oversight by a ruling class, but oversight by a group, a council, a lineage, a body of ritual and knowledge keepers working together. This form of governance was flexible, responsive, and deeply rooted in tradition. But flexibility has a limit. As populations rose into the thousands, even councils struggled to oversee complex systems. Fields expanded beyond the vision of a single settlement. Trade routes stretched farther. Storage grew in scale. Writing intensified. Ritual expanded. Disputes multiplied. Resource distribution grew more delicate. Humanity faced a new challenge, the challenge of scale. Scale required centralization. Not yet kingship, not yet monarchy, not yet empire. But the early outlines of centralized oversight, structures designed to coordinate large groups, standardize practices, and ensure consistency across the settlement. At first, centralization appeared harmless, a practical solution to practical problems. A central storage manager ensured that grain distribution was fair. A central ritual leader ensured that ceremonies aligned with seasonal cycles. A central mediator handled disputes when councils could not agree. A central overseer coordinated building projects that required dozens of workers. These roles were not yet positions of power, they were positions of necessity. But necessity is the soil from which power grows. Slowly, responsibilities consolidated. A ritual specialist oversaw not just ceremonies, but planning. A storage manager supervised not only grain, but labor contributions. A mediator became the final voice in disputes. A builder became the planner of settlements. A lineage became known for leadership. These consolidations formed the earliest hints of hierarchy. Hierarchy does not begin with ambition. It begins with responsibility. Responsibility becomes influence. Influence becomes expectation. Expectation becomes authority. Authority, once formalized, becomes power. But before authority could solidify into the hierarchical structures seen in later civilizations, humanity faced another challenge that would shape its destiny: the challenge of representing complex ideas in a system of writing. Clay tokens and symbolic marks could track objects, quantities, and simple transactions. But they could not capture the richness of human life. They could not describe agreements. They could not record stories. They could not preserve rituals. They could not reflect collective identity. They could not encode complex laws. They could not guide future generations. For writing to become the foundation of civilization, symbolism had to evolve into language, and language, once written, had to become permanent. This evolution did not happen in a single place or moment. It unfolded quietly across various early settlements, in the Fertile Crescent, in the Levant, in Anatolia, in the early river valleys where humanity clustered after the flood. Symbolic marks began to standardize. Stylized shapes represented specific objects. Simple lines represented actions. Patterns combined to form increasingly complex records. And then, gradually, a breakthrough occurred. A shift from representing objects to representing sounds. Sound-based writing was a revolution. It allowed any word to be written, any story to be preserved, any agreement to be encoded, any ritual to be remembered. It was the moment when the human mind finally broke through the limitations of memory and stepped into the realm of history. True cities could now form. True civilizations could emerge. True governance could stabilize. True culture could be preserved. Because writing allowed humanity to shape time. The Great Flood had forced humanity to adapt. The first settlements had forced humanity to cooperate. The proto-cities had forced humanity to organize. Writing would force humanity to remember. And memory, once externalized, becomes destiny. What happens next, the rise of the first true civilizations, will change the course of human history forever. When writing finally settled into a form that could hold sound, not just symbol, something irreversible entered the human story. It was as though humanity had discovered a way to bind time itself, to anchor the passing of days and seasons to a medium that did not forget, did not fade, did not shift like rivers or vanish like memories. Imagine the moment when a scribe, barefoot, seated on a low stone bench in the cool shade of an early administrative building, pressed a stylus into wet clay and realized that they were recording something that would outlive them. A trade agreement, a ritual sequence, a list of offerings for a ceremony marking the new season, a story told by elders, a boundary between fields, a tally of stored grain. These first written marks were more than records. They were continuity preserved in matter. Clay tablets dried in sun became harder than bone. Symbols arranged with care became more reliable than memory. Lines pressed into clay became an extension of human thought. Writing transformed the relationship between humans and time. Before writing, the past existed only in stories, fragile, flexible, vulnerable. After writing, the past became something preserved, something that could guide decisions, nurture identity, and reinforce order across generations. This new connection to time allowed humanity to build what no earlier species had ever attempted: a future planned with precision. While writing emerged, so too did another quiet revolution, a revolution in scale. Proto-cities had already grown into places that required structured coordination, but once written information flowed through their systems, organization became far more sophisticated. The number of tasks that could be managed expanded. The complexity of relationships increased. The boundaries of what could be imagined widened. Settlements organized around memory evolved into societies organized around information. Information became the scaffolding of early civilization. One of the earliest forms of information was economic, tracking goods, storage, distribution. But writing quickly expanded to include roles, rituals, agreements, and symbolic narratives. Once these systems were in place, societies could expand safely beyond the limits that memory alone could support. Populations grew, neighborhoods multiplied, crafts specialized further. Field systems expanded outward from proto-cities like ripples from a central stone. Ritual centers grew more elaborate, trade routes extended farther, and as the complexity grew, humanity stepped slowly into the threshold of the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age did not begin with armies or empires. It began with metallurgy, a quiet craft honed by specialists who observed the properties of stone, fire, and metal. Imagine the first person who discovered that copper could be shaped by heat. Imagine the astonishment when they realized that metal, once molten, held forms that stone could not. Imagine the experiments, mixing other materials, discovering that tin could be combined with copper to create something stronger, more durable, more workable. Bronze allowed tools sharper than stone, more reliable, more uniform. It allowed weapons with edges that stayed sharp. It allowed chisels that carved stone with precision. It allowed woodworking to flourish. It allowed structures to rise taller. It allowed systems to stabilize. Bronze did not create civilization, but it made civilization enduring. With metal tools, proto-cities expanded more rapidly. Agricultural fields could be cleared and tended with greater efficiency. Irrigation systems could be constructed with precision unknown to earlier ages. Stone could be carved for buildings that stood for centuries. Trade networks could specialize around resources necessary for metal production. These networks were not yet empires, but they were wide, stretching across mountain passes, river valleys and plains. And they carried not only metals, but ideas. Ideas about architecture, about ritual, about social structure. This exchange of ideas accelerated the development of complexity. In some places, proto-cities grew into true cities, urban centers with populations in the thousands, then tens of thousands. One of the earliest of these was in Mesopotamia, Uruk. Uruk was not the first settlement to grow large, but it was the first to do so with such scale and intention that it reshaped the trajectory of human history. In Uruk, writing matured. In Uruk, administration deepened. In Uruk, monumental architecture rose from the earth like stone memories. In Uruk, society formalized into roles, classes, and systems. In Uruk, ritual specialists became priests. In Uruk, responsibility crystallized into authority. And in Uruk, something new appeared, the earliest kings.
Not kings as tyrants or conquerors, but kings as coordinators and protectors of the urban order. Their power emerged gradually, shaped by the necessities of scale. A population of tens of thousands required centralized leadership. Irrigation for entire regions required oversight. Temple complexes required organization. Trade networks required management. Resource distribution required stability. Law required enforcement. Memory required guardianship. Kingship was not born from ambition. It was born from complexity. Complexity born from writing. Writing born from memory. Memory born from necessity. Necessity born from environmental transformation. Environmental transformation born from the end of the Ice Age. This chain, this unbroken line of cause and effect, is what leads from the Great Flood to the dawn of civilization. But Uruk was not alone. In the Nile Valley, communities grew into the settlements that would eventually become ancient Egypt. In the Indus Valley, proto-urban centers formed with remarkable planning. In the Yellow River Basin, early villages developed systems that would grow into dynastic civilizations. Each region evolved independently, each followed its own path, but all paths shared deep similarities. The same need for coordination, the same reliance on ritual, the same pressure to manage surplus, the same memory of environmental instability, the same desire for order in a world that had once been unpredictable. When you look at these early civilizations, you see echoes of the same story. Not one flood, but many floods. Not one cause, but countless forces intertwined. Not one innovation, but an interlocking chain of transformations. The Great Flood did not simply end the Ice Age. It rewrote the human relationship with the world. Before the flood, humans lived within nature. After the flood, humans began living alongside systems of their own making. These systems grew into architecture, writing, urban planning, administration, ritual and authority. And as these systems strengthened, humanity drifted farther from the world its ancestors had known, the world of wandering herds, endless plains, open skies. Civilization emerged not to dominate nature, but to survive it. It was a response to instability, to loss, to change, to the fear that the world could shift again without warning. Civilization was born from trauma. Not a trauma of a single year, but a trauma of centuries. The slow, overwhelming reshaping of the earth. In the shadow of this trauma, humans built walls. They dug irrigation channels. They created rituals to honor forces they could not control. They preserved memory through writing. They developed systems that promised stability, predictability, permanence. A city is not only stones and streets. A city is a psychological promise that the chaos of the past will not return. This promise lies at the heart of every early civilization. Yet beneath the promise, the memory of the flood never truly faded. It lived in myths, stories of waters rising, of gods reshaping the world, of a past washed clean and a future rising from its depths. It lived in rituals that honored water as both life and danger. It lived in architecture built upon elevated platforms. It lived in the fear of unpredictable storms. It lived in the reverence for rivers that nourished and destroyed. It lived in calendars that tracked the cycles of nature with painstaking care. Even thousands of years after the end of the Ice Age, civilization carried the echo of a world that had nearly drowned. But humanity did not drown. Humanity adapted. Humanity built. Humanity imagined. Humanity recorded. Humanity remembered. And in remembering, humanity transformed. What came next? The rise of empires, the codification of law, the expansion of trade across continents, the development of mathematics and astronomy, the construction of monumental cities. All of it was built upon the foundation created in the aftermath of the flood. But before we ascend into that part of the story, we must examine one final transformation. How belief, memory, ritual, and environment shaped humanity's earliest understanding of meaning. Because civilization did not rise from survival alone. It rose from the human need to make sense of the world after the waters receded. As the earliest cities gathered themselves from the dust of the post-flood world, something deeper stirred within the human imagination. Something older than agriculture, older than writing, older even than the memory of rising waters. It was the search for meaning. Not meaning in a philosophical sense as we understand it today, but meaning woven into the rhythms of daily life. Meaning expressed through ritual, symbol, and story. To the early civilizations, world was alive with presence. A river was not simply water. It was a being with moods, memories, preferences. It could bless with abundance or punish with flood. It could guide or mislead. It could grow gentle or violent with no warning. A mountain was not simply stone. It was a pillar between realms, earth below, sky above. It held secrets in its shadows and omens in its storms. It watched over fields and settlements, a silent witness to generations. The sky was not simply a backdrop. It was a clock, a calendar, a storyteller. The movement of stars marked the passage of seasons. The rising of constellations signaled harvests and ceremonies. The phases of the moon guided planting, childbirth, ritual. In this world, every object carried meaning. Every shape held memory. Every gesture continued a lineage. Every mark pressed into clay echoed the beliefs of ancestors. Meaning was not abstract. Meaning was embodied. It lived in the smoke rising from morning hearths, in the distribution of grain from central storage, in the alignment of a temple's doorway with the first light of solstice, in the carving of animals on stone pillars, in the patterns woven into linen, in the offerings left at riverbanks, in the songs sung at dusk. To the early civilizations, existence was not divided into the physical and the spiritual. Everything was both. Everything was whole. This worldview is essential to understanding how the first civilizations emerged from the memory of the Great Flood. When the floodwaters receded 12,000 years ago, the world did not return to what it had been. The climate warmed, ecosystems changed, rivers carved new pathways, coastlines redrew themselves, ancient plains vanished beneath rising seas. Humanity was forced to interpret these transformations, not merely endure them. They asked questions that would echo across every civilization that followed. Why did the waters rise? Where did the old world go? What powers controlled the storms? What forces decided when rains would fall? What spirits guided the seasons? What cycles governed the land? What was humanity's place within this new world? These were not scientific questions, they were existential ones. And the answers shaped the earliest forms of belief. To early people, the flood was not a natural event. It was a cosmic boundary, a moment when the world transformed from one state to another, when old ways dissolved and new ways emerged, when the gods, or whatever forces governed existence, rearranged the structure of life. Every civilization that emerged later told a story of a great flood. Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Levant, Greece, India, China, the Americas. Not because they copied one another, but because they remembered something deep and real. A transformation that cut through the human psyche the way rivers cut through earth. These flood stories shaped moral codes, ritual cycles, concepts of kingship, ideas of cosmic balance. In Mesopotamia, floods were tied to the will of the gods and the need for ritual offerings. In Egypt, the predictable flooding of the Nile became the rhythm of life and the foundation of cosmic order. In early China, the control of water became the mark of legitimate leadership. In the Indus Valley, cities were built with drainage systems so precise they remained unmatched for millennia. Water was not simply a resource, it was wisdom. It taught humanity humility. It taught humanity discipline. It taught humanity the need for systems, rituals, calendars, and cooperation. Water was the first teacher of civilization. But water was also the first symbol of meaning. In the earliest temples and ritual enclosures, symbols of water appear everywhere: curving lines, serpent motifs, wave patterns, ritual basins, channels carved into stone floors. These were not decorative, they were reminders of transformation. The world had once drowned. It could drown again. To prevent this, humanity turned to ritual. Ritual to maintain balance, to honor forces perceived through the memory of catastrophe, to ensure the world did not revert to chaos. The earliest rituals were simple: offerings of grain, bowls of water, animal bones burned with intention, flowers laid at the base of sacred stones. But as societies grew, rituals grew with them, becoming elaborate, becoming organized, becoming layered with meaning. And from these rituals emerged the first priesthoods. Priesthood was not initially a class of power. It was a guardianship, a stewardship of knowledge and memory. Priests were singers of stories, keepers of calendars, observers of the sky, interpreters of symbols, mediators between human and cosmic order. They were not rulers, they were not warriors, they did not command armies or enforce laws. Their authority was quiet, built through repetition and trust, anchored in the belief that the world followed patterns and that those patterns could be understood. This was the beginning of cosmology, the attempt to map the invisible forces shaping the visible world. In these early cosmologies, the world was often divided into layers: the heavens above, the earth in the middle, and the waters below. This three-part structure appears in nearly every ancient culture, not because they shared maps or teachers, but because they shared memory. The memory of a world drowned from below, reshaped from above and inhabited in between. This is why early temples were built as vertical structures, stairs, platforms, altars raised above the earth. They symbolized ascent, connection, balance between realms. And as these temples rose, something else rose with them: the concept of sacred space. A sacred space is not merely a building. It is a place where meaning intensifies, where the human world touches the cosmic world, where rituals anchor identity. Sacred spaces gave civilization a center. They were places where thousands gathered for festivals, where leaders shaped decisions, where scribes recorded offerings,
where rituals renewed the connection between humans and nature, where myths were told and retold, shaping collective memory. Myth was not fiction. Myth was identity. It explained where people came from, why the flood happened, why seasons changed, why crops grew, why life required balance. Myth gave structure to the unknown, and once the unknown was structured, the known world could be organized. This organization gave rise to something profoundly important: the earliest concept of law. Law in the earliest cities was not written at first. It was remembered, ritualized, practiced. But as writing matured, law became one of the first things carved in stone. Why? Because law preserves balance. Balance preserves society. Society preserves memory. Memory preserves identity. The earliest laws were simple: rules governing water distribution, rules governing land boundaries, rules governing trade agreements, rules governing ritual obligations. These rules were not arbitrary. They were rooted in the memory of chaos, in the belief that without structure, the world could revert to flood. Law in early civilizations was a form of flood prevention, a way to keep society afloat. As law deepened, it began shaping leadership. Kingship, once simple stewardship, grew into something more sacred, a guardianship of cosmic order. Early kings were not simply rulers, they were stabilizers. Their legitimacy came not from conquest, but from their ability to maintain balance between water and land, between ritual and daily life, between storage and distribution, between the visible world and the unseen forces guiding it. A king who failed to maintain balance risked losing legitimacy. A king who preserved balance was seen as chosen, favored, aligned with cosmic rhythms. This idea, that leadership is tied to balance, is one of the oldest political philosophies in human history, and it was born in the aftermath of the flood. As civilizations grew, their gods grew with them, not because gods multiplied, but because the human mind sought more refined ways to describe the forces shaping existence. Water gods, sky gods, earth gods, storm gods, fertility gods, sun gods, moon gods, river spirits, mountain spirits. Each deity represented an aspect of nature that early humans needed to understand in order to survive. These beliefs were not childish. They were frameworks that helped early civilizations make sense of the world. And within these frameworks, humans found reassurance. Reassurance that nature could be understood. Reassurance that chaos could be prevented. Reassurance that rituals mattered. Reassurance that memory endured. Reassurance that the flood had meaning. Reassurance is the hidden foundation of civilization. When people believe the world follows patterns, they can build. When they believe seasons return, they can plant. When they believe rituals matter, they can unify. When they believe leadership protects, they can expand. When they believe writing preserves memory, they can plan for the future. Civilization is not just organization. It is belief made visible. And belief, born from the memory of catastrophe, gave humanity the confidence to build cities more complex than anything the world had ever seen. In these cities, meaning became entwined with structure. The layout of neighborhoods reflected ritual. The orientation of temples reflected the sky. The placement of walls reflected cosmology. The design of courtyards reflected social hierarchy. The storage of grain reflected administrative logic. The carving of symbols reflected the rituals of ancestors. Civilization was memory written in clay, meaning shaped in stone, identity woven through rituals, balance preserved through law. And the further civilization grew, the more distant the flood became, not forgotten, but transformed into myth. Myth became origin. Origin became structure. Structure became destiny. And destiny carried humanity toward the next great shift in the story. The rise of cities so large, so organized, so symbolic, that the ancient world would never be the same again. As the first true cities took form, rising slowly from the dust and heat of the early Holocene, humanity found itself standing inside something entirely new. Not simply larger settlements, not merely clusters of homes, but vast, breathing organisms of stone, clay, ritual, memory, and meaning. Cities were not built, they emerged, folding themselves out of centuries of adaptation, combining systems, beliefs, and labor into shapes that seemed to echo the order of the cosmos itself. Imagine approaching one of these first cities at dawn. The faint glow of sunlight bending across a horizon still soft from the night. The air is cool. The ground smells of earth warmed by yesterday's heat. In the distance, you hear a rhythm, the low murmur of thousands beginning their day. Smoke rises from hundreds of hearths. People walk along paths worn smooth by countless generations. Animals stir in pens. Markets awaken with quiet preparation. Yet, there is something almost unreal about these early cities. An intangible quality. A sense that they are more than simple arrangements of buildings. They are containers of meaning, embodiments of memory, reflections of the human desire to impose order on a world that had once washed itself clean with water. Cities were humanity's answer to the flood, not as fortresses against water, but as symbols of stability, as promises that the chaos of the past would not return. The structures rising in these ancient cities were unlike anything the world had seen before. Enormous platforms built of packed earth. Massive temples with staircases climbing toward the sky. Broad courtyards lined with storage rooms. Workshops where artisans shaped pottery, stone, and metal. Granaries filled with grain collected from thousands of fields. Administrative rooms where scribes pressed reeds into clay tablets. Ritual enclosures covered with carvings of animals, spirits, and cosmic symbols. Each structure reflected a different part of the human mind: practical, spiritual, social, cosmic. But what made these cities extraordinary was not their size or complexity. It was their purpose. Cities existed not only to house people, but to shape them. In early cities, you would meet individuals who had never known the old world, never hunted migratory herds across open plains, never moved with seasons,
never gathered wild grains from ancient grasslands. Their world was built, ordered, and intentional. They were born into structure, raised within systems, and shaped by rituals older than any living person. To them, cities were not inventions. Cities were reality. And because cities were reality, their symbolism became part of the human psyche. A temple rising above the city represented the cosmic order. A central courtyard represented social unity. A wall represented protection and belonging. A granary represented stability against hunger. A street represented a path through life. A marketplace represented exchange, not only of goods, but of ideas. Cities became human-shaped reflections of the universe. This is why early cities were often aligned with celestial movements, the solstice sunrise, the lunar cycle, the path of constellations. Ancient people were not mistaken in believing that the structure of the city mirrored the structure of the cosmos. They built them that way, for to them, order was not simply practical. Order was sacred. It was the antidote to flood, the response to loss, the promise of continuity. But as cities grew, their internal rhythms became more complex, their systems more intertwined, their demands more intense. To support thousands of people, cities needed vast networks of fields, coordinated labor, irrigation systems stretching miles, trade routes that reached far-flung regions, storage facilities capable of feeding the entire population. These systems connected distant landscapes into a single organism. A drought in one region could affect food supply in the city. A disruption in trade could halt metal production. A neglected irrigation channel could destroy entire harvests. This interconnectedness changed how humans perceived the world. For the first time, people understood that their survival depended not only on local conditions, but on vast networks of relationships. Cities taught humanity interdependence. Interdependence required planning. Planning required leadership. Leadership required legitimacy. Legitimacy required narrative. Narrative required belief. Belief required memory. Memory required writing. Writing required structure. Everything was connected, an endless chain stretching from the distant flood to the daily rhythms of life in early urban centers. In these cities, new forms of social hierarchy began to crystallize. Priests, once guardians of ritual, became guardians of cosmic order. Scribes, once record keepers,
became architects of memory. Craft specialists became essential to the city's functioning. Traders became connectors between worlds. Builders became the creators of collective identity. Farmers became the foundation of the entire system. Leaders, kings or city administrators, became stabilizers of social balance. These roles formed the earliest social strata. Not rigid classes, but layers of responsibility and influence. And within these layers, humans experienced something entirely new, the feeling of belonging to something larger than their lineage or household. A person in a city was not merely an individual. They were a participant in the flow of a living, breathing system. This shift was profound. It reshaped the human sense of self. Instead of wandering through landscapes shaped by nature, humans now moved through landscapes shaped by other humans. Streets built by ancestors, walls raised by hands long gone, rituals performed by generations of community members, symbols carved before anyone alive remembered their meaning. buildings whose foundations lay deeper than memory. Cities created a sense of historical depth, a feeling that the present rested on the weight of the past, and that the future depended on the preservation of what existed now. This awareness deepened human consciousness. People began to think in longer arcs, years, lifetimes, generations, cycles. They began to ask questions larger than themselves. Where did we come from? Why did the flood happen? What is the structure of the cosmos? What are the forces that shape destiny? What is the nature of balance? What happens after death? What holds society together? And the answers took the form of myth, ritual, law, architecture, writing. In this way, civilization became humanity's response to existential questions. But civilization also introduced pressures never before experienced. Large populations required regulation. Regulation required authority. Authority invited tension. Tension invited competition. Competition invited imbalance. Cities needed unity, not optional unity, but structured unity. This is where true kingship emerged. Not kingship as absolute power. Early kingship was often ceremonial, ritualistic, symbolic. A king's primary role was to ensure cosmic balance, to mediate between the human world and the unseen forces of nature. Kingship was legitimacy embodied, the belief that order could be maintained through a central figure. This figure was not chosen for domination, but for the ability to connect the community to meaning. A king was expected to know the rituals, to understand the seasons, to protect the city, to regulate resources, to resolve disputes, to uphold the balance between chaos and order. When kings failed in this role, the city suffered. Droughts were interpreted as divine displeasure, failed harvests as cosmic imbalance, floods as signs that rituals had been neglected, social disorder as evidence of leadership failing its sacred duty. Leadership and cosmology were inseparable. To early civilizations, ruling a city was not an administrative task. It was a sacred trust. This connection is why kings and priests grew so intertwined. Each depended on the other. The priest interpreted cosmic will. The king manifested cosmic order. Together, they shaped the ideological backbone of early civilization. But beneath these layers of ritual, belief, and authority, another quiet force was shaping the ancient world: trade. Trade was the invisible thread that connected distant regions into a single cultural fabric. Copper from mountains, tin from far lands, obsidian from volcanic plains, grain from river valleys, textiles from fertile fields, tools and pottery from specialized workshops. These goods flowed through trade routes like blood flowing through veins. Trade brought not only resources, but knowledge, stories, rituals, symbols, technologies. It connected river valleys separated by thousands of miles. It carried ideas across deserts, mountains, and plains. It spread agricultural practices, architectural methods, religious motifs, and artistic styles. Trade was the lifeline of early civilization. It tied the world together in ways that writing would later describe, but that lived experience already understood. To early traders, the world was not divided into isolated regions. It was a vast, interlinked tapestry of people, bound by shared needs and shared memory. This sense of connection produced something new: cultural diffusion. Ideas from one region blended with ideas from another. Rituals evolved as they spread. Symbols changed meaning. Technologies merged. Beliefs blended.
Stories adapted, art shifted. Civilization became not a single invention, but a shared creation. And through this shared creation, the ancient world became more unified than we might imagine. But as unity deepened, so too did complexity. And complexity demanded something humanity had never fully developed: a structured concept of justice. Justice emerged from the need to preserve social order. It drew on ritual, law, memory, and belief. It was not merely punishment, it was restoration, a way to mend the fabric of the city when imbalance threatened it. Justice was tied to cosmic order. A just society was one aligned with the rhythms of the universe. An unjust society risked chaos, flood, drought, famine, collapse. These ideas were not metaphorical to early people. They were lived experience. The end of the Ice Age had shown humanity what imbalance looked like. And so, early civilizations devoted enormous energy to maintaining balance. They built irrigation channels with ritual precision. They aligned temples to celestial events. They preserved myths through writing. They standardized measures for trade. They recorded laws on stone. They enforced social customs with care. They performed seasonal ceremonies without fail. In their minds, the stability of the city depended on the harmony of the cosmos. This worldview shaped every decision, every building, every ritual, every policy. And it also shaped the earliest philosophy, a philosophy not written in treatises, but carved in stone, sung in rituals, aligned in architecture, recorded in myths. At its core, this philosophy asked one question: how does humanity live in balance with forces greater than itself? This question guided early civilization. It guided agriculture, architecture, governance, ritual, writing, and it remains relevant even now. The Great Flood had taught humanity that the world could change without warning. Civilization was humanity's attempt to ensure that when change came again, humanity would not be swept away. Civilization was resilience made visible. But just as cities rose, so too did the first shadows of imbalance. Systems becoming rigid, hierarchies becoming entrenched, resources becoming unequal, trade routes becoming vulnerable, rituals drifting from meaning to obligation. These shadows warned that civilization carried risks as well as promise, and in time, the ancient world would face these risks directly, through droughts, invasions, political upheavals, and natural catastrophes. But for now, in this early stage, humanity stood in a rare moment of balance, a moment when memory, meaning, and structure aligned, a moment when the trauma of the flood had been transformed into the blueprint of civilization, a moment when the ancient world felt both fragile and eternal. And now, as we move forward toward the next chapter in this long story, the rise of classical civilizations, monumental architecture, expanding trade, codified law, and written mythologies, the path is set. Civilization has formed. Its foundations are strong. Its meaning is clear. Its systems are growing. Its identity is taking shape. What remains is to follow this arc to its first great flowering, the moment when humanity steps fully into recorded history and the ancient world becomes the world we recognize. As the first great cities began to fill with life, markets waking at dawn, clay tablets drying in the sun, rituals unfolding beneath rising pillars of stone, the ancient world reached a threshold unlike anything that had come before. Humanity had crossed from prehistory into the earliest outlines of recorded civilization, though those who walked the streets of these early cities could not have known the magnitude of what they were creating. They lived their days quietly, in the steady rhythms of labor, ritual, exchange, and community. They worried about rain, about crops, about the health of their families. They listened to the wisdom of elders and priests. They stepped through streets lined with clay brick walls that felt as permanent as mountains. They gathered in courtyards before the entrances of temples that rose like stairways, linking the human world to the realm of the gods. They did not know that future scholars would call this moment the dawn of civilization. They did not know they were shaping the architecture of history. They did not know their world would inspire myths thousands of years later. To them, life was simply unfolding, as natural as sunrise, as familiar as the smell of baking grain, as steady as the river flowing past the city walls. But beneath this quiet daily life, something profound was taking root. The world was beginning to think. Not individual minds, but collective minds. Cities, systems, networks. The first cities were not just clusters of buildings. They were mental structures, machines of memory, repositories of knowledge, patterns of coordination. They contained archives of clay tablets, storing the thoughts, agreements, rituals, and records of thousands. They housed rituals that repeated the same sacred movements year after year, linking the living to ancestors and ancestors to the cosmos. They encoded ideas in architecture, in street layouts, in temple alignments, in administrative offices. Cities became external minds. Once the external mind existed, humanity could grow more complex than ever before. A scribe copying a tablet was copying not just information, but identity. A priest performing a ritual was maintaining not just tradition, but cosmic balance. A builder aligning a wall with the solstice was connecting daily life to the heavens. A trader walking along river routes was weaving together distant cultures. This interconnectedness gave rise to something new, a sense of time deeper than memory. In pre-urban societies, time was cyclic. The passing of seasons, the return of herds, the migration of birds. No year was fundamentally different from the one that came before. But in cities, time gained structure. Buildings lasted for generations. Tablets recorded events. Dynasties rose and fell. Ritual calendars extended across centuries. Stories became anchored in fixed narratives. People could now look backward over long arcs, not only across their own lifetimes, but across the lifetimes of ancestors and founders whose names were preserved in clay. Time gained depth. History became possible. And once history became possible, a new kind of consciousness emerged. It is difficult to imagine the shift this represented. To a person living before cities, the world simply was. To a person living in a city, the world had become something that could be shaped, recorded, interpreted, and transmitted. Humanity stepped into self-awareness on a collective scale. But with awareness came questions that shaped early philosophy. What forces created the order of the world? What held the heavens in place? Why did floods come? Why did drought strike? What made harvests fail or succeed? Why were some years gentle and others harsh? What governed fate? These were not abstract ideas. They were daily concerns, matters of life and death. To answer them, early civilizations turned to rituals, myths, and the observation of the natural world. Ritual provided structure,
Myth provided explanation. Observation provided prediction. The interplay between these three elements, ritual, myth, and observation, formed the earliest scientific thinking. A farmer noticing which stars rose before the floods. A priest marking shadows at midday. A scribe recording rainfall patterns. A healer observing which plants eased fever. A builder measuring angles of sunlight at specific times of year. These practices were not superstition. They were proto-science, embedded within systems of meaning. The line between science and spirituality was not clear, because the world was understood as a whole, not divided into separate domains. Science observed the cosmos. Myth interpreted it. Ritual responded to it. Together, they created the early intellectual architecture of civilization. And as this architecture deepened, so too did the cities themselves. Uruk grew into a sprawling center of temple complexes, administrative quarters, and densely packed neighborhoods. On the Nile, villages coalesced into regional centers that would one day unify into Egypt. In the Indus Valley, cities like Mehrgarh and later Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro developed sophisticated drainage systems and standardized architecture. In the Yellow River Basin, settlements grew into proto-urban communities that laid the groundwork for dynastic civilization. These cities were far apart, separated by deserts, mountains, forests, and oceans. Yet they shared a common rhythm, as though shaped by the same hidden forces. And in a sense, they were. The memory of the Great Flood, whether literal or symbolic, had taught humanity something essential. When the world changes, survival depends on the ability to adapt collectively. Civilization was a collective adaptation. But collective adaptation is fragile. Cities depended on balance, ecological, social, political, spiritual. When balance slipped, cities trembled. In some regions, climate shifted again. Rainfall patterns changed. Rivers altered courses. Land became less fertile. Trade routes collapsed. Populations moved. And each time the world shifted, civilizations were forced to respond. Some adapted successfully. Some fell into decline. Some disappeared entirely, leaving only ruins, symbols, and traces of memory behind. But even when cities collapsed, the knowledge they created remained, preserved in fragments of writing, in architectural foundations, in rituals that persisted across generations. Collapse did not mean forgetting. It meant transformation. Every civilization that rose after the flood was part of a lineage of ideas, of systems, of structures, of meanings. No city emerged from nothing. Each was built on the innovations of the last, the memories of ancestors, the lessons of environmental upheaval. Even if cities fell, civilization endured. Civilization became the new environment, the reality that shaped humanity more than rivers, forests, or plains ever had. And this new environment demanded something deeper from the human mind. Not only the ability to understand the world, but the ability to understand humanity itself. In the early cities, humans were forced to confront questions that could only arise in environments of such complexity. What is justice? What is fairness? What is authority? What is identity? What is duty?
What is legacy? What is the meaning of belonging? What is the purpose of existence? These questions were not asked in solitude. They were asked in streets, in markets, in temples, in council meetings, in courts, in rituals, in daily life. Civilization created the space for introspection. In the quiet moments before dawn, a potter might reflect on the nature of skill. In the mid-afternoon heat, a scribe might contemplate the enduring nature of clay tablets. At dusk, a priest might ponder the alignment of stars and the timing of rituals. At night, a child might listen to myths and wonder about the origins of the world. Meaning spread through the city like light through an open doorway. Cities not only housed people, cities taught people to think. This shift toward introspection eventually gave rise to early philosophical tendencies, not formal philosophy, but seeds of contemplation that would later grow into entire traditions of thought. Where do we come from? What forces guide our lives? How do we preserve balance? What holds society together? What makes life meaningful? These questions were as essential to early civilization as architecture, irrigation, or writing. But they did not appear suddenly. They emerged gradually as part of the evolving human relationship with environment, ritual, memory, and one another. As the ancient world moved deeper into the Bronze Age, these questions intensified. Writing became more sophisticated. Cities became more complex. Law codes became more detailed. Trade networks expanded across regions. Rituals became institutionalized. Leadership became formalized. Memory became recorded in epic narratives. The ancient world was finally stepping into history. It was here, in this moment, that humanity first recognized the shape of civilization, not as a collection of buildings, but as a way of being. Civilization was not architecture. Civilization was not agriculture. Civilization was not writing or law or trade alone. Civilization was meaning made collective. It was the shared belief that humanity could create order in a world that once drowned beneath rising waters. This belief carried civilizations through millennia. It shaped every myth, every system, every temple, every tablet, every hierarchy, every city. And now, as we approach the final arc of this long story, the transition from early civilizations into the first great ancient empires, the path becomes clear. Everything that followed, the kingdoms of Egypt, the cities of Sumer, the states of the Indus Valley, the dynasties of China, all of it emerged from the same ancient seed planted in the ashes of the Ice Age. Seed of meaning, a seed of order, a seed of memory, a seed planted by floodwaters and nurtured by human hands. What rises next is the first great flowering, when civilization stops being a fragile experiment and becomes the defining force of human existence. As the earliest civilizations matured, their temples rising higher, their systems growing deeper, their writing evolving into increasingly intricate forms, humanity found itself standing inside a world that would have been unimaginable only a few thousand years earlier. What had once been scattered migratory bands of hunter-gatherers were now participants in vast, interwoven societies where thousands of people lived, worked, believed, and dreamed beneath structures shaped by human intention. To walk through one of these ancient cities during its height would have been to witness a kind of quiet miracle. The air would be rich with smells, clay drying in the sun, grain roasting, incense burning in shaded courtyards. The soundscape would be layered, children running, livestock bleating, potters shaping vessels, scribes scratching symbols, priests chanting, vendors calling out their goods, water flowing through irrigation channels. Everything would move with rhythm, with purpose, with a kind of collective breath. And yet beneath this rhythm, beneath this living, beating heart of civilization, there ran a deep and constant memory. The memory of the flood, the memory of instability, the memory of a world that once changed abruptly and without mercy. Civilization was humanity's attempt to never be caught unprepared again. But even as structures rose and systems multiplied, the ancient world remained delicate. Each civilization balanced itself between abundance and fragility, between cooperation and conflict, between stability and the ever-present threat of imbalance. This balance was felt most strongly in the great river civilizations, the cities of the Tigris and Euphrates, the communities along the Nile, the early settlements in the Indus Valley, the rising towns along the Yellow River. These landscapes were fertile, but they were also unpredictable, demanding constant attention and adaptation. The people who lived in these landscapes understood that their survival depended not on resisting nature, but on aligning with it. Their cities grew like extensions of the rivers, their rituals synchronized with seasonal cycles, their calendars shaped by the movement of stars that governed flood and drought. In Mesopotamia, the rivers were both blessing and threat. In Egypt, the Nile was life itself. In the Indus Valley, seasonal floods required careful planning. In China, the Yellow River brought nourishment and destruction. In every region, water shaped destiny. Thus, the first great cities were built not only as centers of governance or trade, but as anchors of cosmic balance. Places where humanity, through ritual and structure, attempted to harmonize with forces larger itself. Yet with this harmonization came something new: permanence. Before cities, permanence was a dream. Paths disappeared, seasonal camps dissolved, burial sites faded. Stories changed with each telling, but cities created continuity. A wall built by one generation could stand for centuries. A temple aligned with celestial events could anchor ritual cycles indefinitely. A law written on clay could be preserved across dynasties. A story recorded in cuneiform or hieroglyphs could endure long after its author was forgotten. Permanence shifted the human relationship with time. People now lived not only in the present, but within a legacy, a long chain of generations extending backward into memory and forward into destiny. This awareness altered human behavior in profound ways. A potter did not simply make vessels. They contributed to the city's continuity. A scribe did not simply record transactions. They recorded the fabric of time. A priest did not simply perform rituals. They maintained cosmic order. A king did not simply govern. They preserved the balance inherited from ancestors. Civilization gave humanity a sense of place within the vastness of time. And from this awareness emerged the first philosophies, not written as treatises, but woven into daily life, ritual, myth, and administration. These early philosophies were concerned with balance, justice, destiny, and the relationship between humans and the cosmos. In Mesopotamia, the world was seen as a delicate order watched over by deities who demanded ritual precision. In Egypt, the concept of ma'at, balance, truth, cosmic harmony, governed every aspect of life. In the Indus Valley, ritual and order shaped urban planning with striking uniformity. In ancient China, the mandate of heaven linked morality, leadership, and natural harmony. Different civilizations, separated by geography, shared the same core idea. Civilization survives when it mirrors the order of the universe. If ritual lapses, if justice fails, if leaders become corrupt, if social bonds fray, if structures weaken, if memory is lost, then imbalance ripples outward, affecting fields, rivers, harvests, and the very stability of the world. This belief did not arise from superstition. It arose from experience. Ancient people had lived through environmental instability. They had witnessed rivers shift, climates change, landscapes transform. They had learned, painfully, that nature and humanity were intertwined. Civilization was not a fortress against nature. It was a conversation with it. But conversations can become strained. And as cities grew into powerful centers, tensions emerged within their walls. One tension came from inequality. As roles became specialized and responsibilities consolidated, some groups gained more influence. Scribes held knowledge that others could not access. Priests held the keys to cosmic order. Trade networks enriched certain families. Craft guilds formed around specialized skills. Land distribution created distinctions. Leadership intensified. Inequality was not yet rigid, but it was growing. Another tension came from scale. Cities of thousands required large-scale coordination. Fields needed to be irrigated. Resources needed protection. Trade routes needed maintenance. Granaries needed oversight. Walls needed construction. Ritual calendars needed synchronization. Populations needed governance. These pressures made centralized leadership increasingly necessary. Kingship, once a flexible, symbolic role, began to transform into something more structured. A king was no longer merely a mediator or ritual leader. A king became the heart of the city's system, the axis that connected cosmic order to daily administration. Kingship evolved from stewardship to sovereignty. But sovereignty carried risks. It consolidated authority. It attracted rivals. It created expectations. It generated power. The ancient world was beginning to produce its first rulers in the modern sense, individuals whose decisions shaped the lives of thousands. Some used their power wisely, preserving balance and prosperity. Others used it harshly, disrupting the harmony their ancestors had worked to cultivate. This tension between order and ambition created the foundations of ancient politics. At its core, politics emerged from an ancient truth. Civilization cannot exist without authority, and authority cannot exist without legitimacy. Legitimacy in these early societies came from cosmic alignment. A leader was legitimate when they upheld the ancient balance. When they failed, the world seemed to shake, and shake it did. Around the same time that cities rose in one region, they fell in another. Climate shifted again. Trade networks collapsed. Droughts arrived. Floods returned in some places, vanished in others. Civilizations that had grown confident discovered that stability was not a permanent state. It was a constant negotiation. Some adapted with remarkable resilience. Others struggled. Others vanished without clear cause. Archaeologists today uncover ruins buried beneath sand, beneath river silt, beneath collapsed walls, beneath centuries of silence. And each ruin holds the same quiet truth. Civilization is fragile. This fragility shaped the ancient worldview. To early civilizations, the question was not simply how to build cities, but how to preserve them, how to maintain balance, how to prevent collapse, how to honor ancestors, how to protect the future. These concerns form the first layers of early philosophy, not written yet, not formalized yet, but deeply present in ritual, narrative, and law. Consider the earliest law codes. They focused on balance, restitution, fairness, cosmic order, social harmony. Law was not punishment alone. It was a tool for restoring equilibrium. Consider the earliest myths. They contained warnings, stories of chaos, of floods, of cosmic battles, of worlds created from destruction.
These stories taught people to respect balance, to fear imbalance, to participate in rituals that preserved cosmic harmony. Consider the earliest temples. Their architecture aligned with the heavens. Their rituals followed celestial cycles. Their symbols depicted cosmic forces. Their priests watched the skies for signs. Every act of early civilization was rooted in a longing to maintain equilibrium in a world that had once been violently unstable. It was not fear that guided them, but respect. Respect for forces older than humanity. Respect for cycles deeper than memory. Respect for the rhythms of earth and sky. This respect shaped everything, from the design of canals to the creation of calendars. Even writing carried this respect. Many early scripts used signs linked to nature: animals, rivers, mountains, stars. Writing was not merely communication, it was participation in cosmic order. And so, as we move toward the conclusion of this long, unfolding story, we begin to see the ancient world not as a collection of ruins and artifacts, but as a philosophy, a way of understanding existence shaped by catastrophe, by adaptation, by memory, by meaning. The Great Flood had done more than alter landscapes. It had reshaped the human mind. It taught humanity that survival depended on unity, that stability depended on balance, that continuity depended on memory, that identity depended on ritual, that civilization depended on meaning. Civilization was not an accident. It was an answer to the waters, an answer to the wind, an answer to the unpredictability of nature, an answer to the fragility of human life, an answer whispered across generations, shaped in clay, carved in stone, sung in rituals, written in myths, built in temples. And now, we approach the final phase of this journey, the moment when the ancient world, shaped by flood and fire, steps into the age of kings, empires, monumental architecture, and the great civilizations of recorded history. Right, continue? You said, continue. ChatGPT said, understood, toward conclusion, same style. Here begins segment 15, tracks at 3,000 words. The next slow, mythic, atmospheric movement. No subheadings, no copying, no pace spikes. Just the final rise of ancient civilization and the subtle philosophical turn toward the closing arc. As the ancient world stepped fully into the age of cities, kings, writing, and monumental architecture, something subtle yet profound began to unfold across the great river valleys of the earth. The world was not only growing more complex, it was beginning to organize itself around ideas that could endure beyond the lifespan of any individual, any dynasty, any generation. Civilization had become a structure that outlived those who built it. A potter could spend a lifetime shaping vessels that broke within years. A scribe could copy texts that were lost to fire. A king could carve laws that eroded from stone. A priest could perform rituals that shifted with time. But the idea of civilization, the idea of collective order, of cosmic balance, of memory preserved, of meaning shared, continued. It continued because it had become larger than the people living inside it. It had become a story of rivers and rituals, of cycles and symbols, of ancestors and descendants, of order emerging from chaos, of life rising after the flood. And this story was reflected in every structure that rose from the dust. Walk toward the great ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamian cities, and you feel their weight long before you reach them. Not just the physical weight of stone and clay, but the psychological weight of centuries of ritual, memory, and meaning layered into their foundations. Climb their steps in imagination, broad platforms rising tier by tier, each level representing a world, each ascent symbolizing humanity's slow climb from Earth toward the heavens. At the summit, you find a shrine, small, simple, unadorned compared to the vast base beneath it. The structure rises not for decoration, but for connection. A mountain raised by human hands, an axis linking the earthly realm to the cosmic. The same impulse appears in Egypt, where temples stretch along the Nile like markers of cosmic geography. Columns decorated with lotus and papyrus, symbols of creation. Walls painted with the journey of the sun. Courtyards aligned with the flood cycle. Obelisks rising like frozen rays of light. Each temple was a microcosm, a reflection of the universe as Egyptians understood it, a world sustained by Maat, the cosmic balance that rulers were sworn to uphold. The Indus Valley expresses the same impulse differently, not through massive temples, but through an astonishing uniformity of design. Streets laid out in precise grids, homes with standardized proportions, bricks shaped with consistent dimensions, drainage systems engineered with sophistication far ahead of their time. This was not chaos. This was order. Order founded on principles of cleanliness, balance, and civic harmony. And in the Yellow River region, Neolithic ritual sites evolved into early dynastic centers. Halls arranged for ancestral rites, altars aligned with celestial markers, ceremonial bronzes cast with patterns symbolizing cosmic forces. Everywhere civilization blossomed, it carried the same heartbeat. Balance must be honored. This principle underpinned everything: law, architecture, ritual, agriculture, authority. Balance was not simply metaphor. It was survival encoded into culture. The flood had taught humanity that imbalance was catastrophic, and so every system built afterward sought to prevent it. Consider irrigation. A poorly maintained canal could starve a city. A single blockage could ruin fertile fields. A misjudged distribution could incite conflict. Communities learned to monitor water as though it were a living being, its moods, its cycles, its needs. This attention to balance shaped early mathematics. Measures, weights, proportions, calendars. It shaped early science.
observations of stars, shadows, seasons. It shaped early law, rules that preserved fairness and order. It shaped early economy, systems ensuring predictable exchange. It shaped early spirituality, beliefs rooted in cycles of renewal, destruction, and harmony. Civilization was not a triumph over nature. It was a partnership with it, a negotiation, a conversation, a fragile equilibrium. And this equilibrium extended into the human heart. In the early cities, people were surrounded by others, thousands living within walls, sharing streets, interacting daily. Human relationships grew more complex. New emotions emerged, identity tied not only to family, but to occupation, district, lineage, city. People could now compare themselves to others in ways they had never done before. Status, influence, wealth, responsibility, reputation. These concepts existed in small groups before, but they deepened in cities where anonymity and hierarchy coexisted. Some individuals rose to prominence. Some families accumulated resources. Some lineages became ritual custodians. Some groups specialized in crafts that shaped the city's identity. With complexity came tension. Not violent tension at first, but quiet, subtle strains that hummed beneath the surface of daily life. Who controlled storage? Who managed fields? Who interpreted the will of the gods? Who distributed water? Who mediated disputes? Who held authority when balance faltered? These questions shaped the earliest institutions: councils, priesthoods, administrative officers, dynastic systems. Institutions were not merely practical. They were symbolic structures, ways of binding individuals to the shared idea of civilization. A scribe was not merely a professional. They were a guardian of memory. A priest was not merely a ritual leader. They were a mediator of cosmic order. A farmer was not merely a laborer. They were the foundation of the entire system. A ruler was not merely a political figure. They were the embodiment of balance, a bridge between the people and the forces governing the world. This symbolic role shaped the earliest concepts of kingship. Kingship was not originally about absolute rule. It was about responsibility. A king was responsible for ensuring the sun rose in the right place, for ensuring the floods came at the right time, for ensuring the city's granaries were filled, for ensuring rituals were performed correctly, for ensuring justice was balanced and fair. Failure was not personal, it was cosmic. A failed king threatened the harmony of the city and the harmony of the world itself. This burden shaped kingship into a sacred calling, one intertwined with ritual, architecture, and administration. But kingship also introduced fragility. A king who centralized power too tightly risked isolating the community. A king who mismanaged resources risked famine. A king who ignored rituals risked cosmic imbalance. A king who lost legitimacy risked collapse. The early world was beginning to understand that stability and fragility were intertwined, two sides of the same cycle. And as the ancient world entered its first truly historical epoch, this cycle became the defining rhythm of civilization. Consider Mesopotamia, cities rising and falling, dynasties emerging and dissolving, walls built and destroyed, rituals evolving through centuries. Consider Egypt, periods of unification and fragmentation, pharaohs rising and passing, flood cycles that nurtured the land, droughts that brought hardship. Consider the Indus Valley, Cities flourishing in perfect order, then quietly declining, their systems disappearing into silence. Consider ancient China. Dynasties forming, collapsing, reforming in new shapes, guided by evolving interpretations of cosmic mandate. Civilization, once created, did not guarantee permanence, but it guaranteed continuity. Even when cities fell, their ideas did not. Their myths survived, their symbols endured, their systems were adapted, their knowledge was absorbed. Civilization became a lineage of ideas, ideas passed across generations, regions, eras. And beneath this lineage lay a deeper truth, a truth that ancient people felt instinctively. Civilization was not a destination, it was a dialogue between humanity and nature, between memory and innovation, between past and future, between structure and fluidity, between stability and change. The Great Flood began this dialogue. Environmental transformation forced humanity into cooperation, into settlement, into system building. Now, thousands of years later, the ancient world stood fully inside this dialogue, shaping its questions, seeking its answers, creating rituals, buildings, laws, stories and systems that reflected the enduring search for balance. This is why ancient civilizations built with such ceremony, with such precision, with such reverence for cosmic order. To them, every brick placed, every symbol carved, every ritual performed participated in the maintenance of harmony. Cities were not only homes, they were instruments of memory, of meaning, of stability, of hope against disorder. Even now, as we walk through the ruins left behind, the eroded steps of ziggurats, the silent corridors of Egyptian temples, the gridded streets of the Indus Valley, the ritual altars of ancient China, we can feel the echo of ancient intentions. Stone remembers, clay remembers, symbols remember, rituals remember, civilizations remember. And we, in exploring their ruins, are invited into the same question they once asked. How does humanity live in harmony with a world that is always changing? This question leads us toward the conclusion, the recognition that the rise of civilization was not merely a result of agriculture, or writing, or architecture, or kingship, but a result of humanity responding to the memory of a world shaped by water, by ice, by sudden transformation. The ancient world did not forget the flood. It carried the flood within its systems, its beliefs, its architecture, its rituals. The flood was not only a memory, it was a teacher. And now, as the story reaches its final arc, we move toward the moment where the ancient world fully understands its identity, where early civilizations recognize themselves as part of a long, unfolding history shaped by balance, change, and the flow of time. As the earliest civilizations settled firmly into their identities, stretching across river valleys and plains like constellations scattered over the earth, a quiet awareness began to grow in the ancient world, an awareness that humanity had entered a new condition, one that was no longer shaped only by nature, but also by human intention. The ancient world was beginning to understand itself. You can feel this shift when you read the earliest written myths, etched into clay with styluses thousands of years ago. These stories speak of gods and spirits, of creation and destruction, of sky and earth, of water and fire. Yet beneath their supernatural language lies something unmistakably human. the attempt to articulate a world transformed. They wrote of floods because they remembered. They wrote of cosmic order because they feared imbalance. They wrote of cycles because they observed nature's patterns. They wrote of duty because they felt the weight of responsibility. They wrote of kings and heroes because leadership had become necessary. They wrote of afterlives and cosmic journeys because death was no longer a simple return to the earth. It was part of a deeper continuity. These myths were not fantasies. They were maps. Maps of meaning, maps of memory, maps of cosmic structure, maps of human purpose. Myth was a philosophical language that encoded humanity's understanding of itself and the world it inhabited. And as myth deepened, so did civilization. The ancient cities did not grow silently. They grew with intention, with ritual, with belief, with design shaped by worldview. The temples aligned with celestial patterns were not accidents. They were expressions of a conviction that the city itself had to mirror the structure of the universe. The administrative districts organized around storage, labor, and distribution were not merely practical. They were reflections of social order, of fairness, of balance. The laws inscribed on stone, the narratives carved into walls, the rituals performed each season, all were attempts to preserve harmony in a world that had once lost it. Civilization was memory turned into structure. Memory of the flood became irrigation systems. Memory of starvation became storage complexes. Memory of wandering became settlements. Memory of unpredictability became calendars. Memory of chaos became law. Memory of fear became ritual. Memory of loss became continuity. And continuity became identity. Identity was not
Just what people believed, it was what they built. In the ancient world, architecture was philosophy, agriculture was cosmology, ritual was science, governance was ecology, writing was memory, trade was connection, water was destiny. Everything had meaning, everything had purpose, everything had a place in the delicate cosmic fabric. Civilization understood itself as part of the universe, not separate from it. This worldview shaped every aspect of early life. To wake in the morning was to participate in a cycle older than humanity. To eat grain was to honor a plant that had been tended with ritual care. To drink water was to consume the essence of creation. To light a fire was to kindle the spark of life. To till soil was to maintain the balance between earth and sky. To build a home was to align oneself with cosmic order. To bury the dead was to return them to the eternal journey of the world. Life was not a series of tasks, it was a ceremonial act. A contribution to the equilibrium humanity believed kept the world from slipping back into chaos. This sense of participation made civilization feel sacred. Every gesture carried weight. Every action rippled outward. Every decision formed part of a larger pattern. Every structure echoed ancestral memory. But as civilization expanded, another shift occurred. A shift in scale so profound it brought with it consequences neither priests, nor scribes, nor rulers could fully predict. Civilizations that grew from settlements into cities now grew from cities into states. States stretched across vast territories. States unified multiple cities under shared law. States developed armies to protect resources and maintain order. States expanded trade networks across deserts, seas, and mountains. States developed taxation to support large administrative systems. States formalized leadership into dynasties. Dynasties brought continuity, but they also brought ambition. Kingship, once a role rooted in cosmic stewardship, began to shift toward the consolidation of power. Some kings ruled gently, maintaining balance with remarkable wisdom. Others ruled aggressively, seeking expansion, seeking glory, seeking legacy. With ambition came conflict, between cities, between states, between dynasties. Conflict was not a failure of civilization, it was a consequence of growth. As states expanded, they touched each other's boundaries, their trade routes intersected, their resource needs overlapped. These intersections could foster cooperation, shared rituals, shared myths, shared technologies. Or they could foster rivalry. Rivalry brought tension. Tension brought conflict. Conflict brought innovation, in metallurgy, in fortification, in strategy. The ancient world entered a period of increasing complexity, a dance of flourishing and struggle, a cycle that mirrored the very balance civilizations sought to preserve. But even in conflict, the deeper meaning of civilization remained. The earliest wars were not fought for abstract principles. They were fought for land shaped by rivers, for the stability of fields, for the security of storage, for the preservation of order. Even conquest carried philosophical meaning. Rulers often claimed that they were restoring cosmic balance, not disrupting it. This belief, whether sincere or strategic, reflected the ancient view that civilization was a fragile equilibrium. Every aspect of life, economic, spiritual, agricultural, political, was tied to the same principle. Balance must be maintained. This principle guided cities for thousands of years. It guided the construction of temples, the writing of laws, the timing of festivals, the flow of trade, the interpretation of omens, the appointment of leaders. It guided the rise of empires and the creation of monumental architecture, structures so vast they seemed to defy time itself. Think of the great pyramids rising from desert sands. Think of temple complexes stretching across acres of carved stone. Think of ziggurats climbing toward the sky like artificial mountains. Think of palaces built with courtyards, gardens and storerooms, large enough to support armies and priesthoods. Every stone in these structures carries quiet meaning. The desire to preserve balance, the desire to participate in cosmic order, the desire to build something that could outlast the fragility of human life. But beneath every monumental structure, beneath every law, beneath every dynasty, beneath every tablet, beneath every ritual, there is a deeper truth. Civilization arose because humanity remembered. Remembered the flood, remembered instability, remembered scarcity, remembered vulnerability, remembered the need for unity. Memory is the deepest foundation of the ancient world. Not memory as nostalgia, but memory as structure, memory as philosophy, memory as guidance. Memory shaped rituals. Rituals shaped identity. Identity shaped cities. Cities shaped civilization. Civilization shaped the world. And through this chain, humanity began to realize something profound, that the story of civilization was the story of the world finding balance after a period of immense imbalance. Civilization was not an invention. It was a response to water rising, to land shifting, to climates changing. A response to the trauma imprinted on ancestors who saw their world reshape beneath their feet. A response to a lesson written across the earth. Survival requires cooperation. Cooperation requires system. System requires memory. Memory requires meaning. Meaning requires civilization. And so, as the ancient world entered its first age of empire, with borders swelling, with architecture reaching new heights, with trade spanning continents, with writing blossoming into literature and law, humanity finally stood inside a world it had built with intention. A world shaped by memory, imbued with meaning, structured by belief, organized by system, guided by balance. Civilization had
become more than survival. It had become identity. And now, as we approach the true conclusion of this long meditative journey, the final step remains. To understand what all of this meant, not only to ancient people, but to us. Because the story of the Great Flood and the rise of civilization is not only the story of ancient humanity, it is the story of why we live the way we live now. By the time the ancient world settled into its great empires, Egypt along the Nile, the kingdoms of Sumer and Akkad between the rivers, the Harappan cities in the Indus Valley, the early dynasties along the Yellow River, humanity had crossed an invisible threshold. Not one marked by a single invention or a single moment, but by the accumulation of countless quiet choices made over thousands of years by people who simply wanted life to be predictable, safe, and meaningful. What began as small settlements of survivors in a landscape reshaped by flood had become the first experiments in permanence. Those experiments became communities. Communities became settlements. Settlements became proto-cities. Proto-cities became civilizations. And civilizations, layered with belief, ritual, law, and memory, became the great tapestries of human culture that still shape our world today. Yet beneath all the architecture, beneath all the writing, beneath all the political systems and social hierarchies, the ancient world carried a single, unbroken thread: the deep memory of instability. Even in the height of early empires, civilization felt like a fragile gift, a hard-won equilibrium that could be lost if people forgot how it was built. This awareness infused the entire ancient worldview. It lived in their myths. It lived in their rituals. It lived in their calendars. It lived in their architecture. It lived in their understanding of leadership. It lived in their approach to water, land, and agriculture. And most importantly, it lived in their understanding of time. Time to ancient civilizations was not linear. It was cyclical, a series of repeating patterns, seasons turning, stars rising, rivers flooding, harvests returning, life renewing. This cyclical understanding of time was not superstition. It was memory encoded into culture. If the past could repeat, then the flood could repeat. Then chaos could return. Then imbalance could undo everything. So civilization was built as a safeguard, a structure, a promise, a method of aligning humanity with the rhythms of the cosmos so that what happened once would not happen again. This is why the earliest cities placed such emphasis on ritual precision, on astronomical observation, on agricultural timing, on law and fairness, on leadership bound to cosmic responsibility. They sensed, perhaps more deeply than we do, that stability requires intention. One of the most beautiful reflections of this ancient intention is found in how civilizations saw themselves. Take Egypt. Life was the journey through a world sustained by Ma'at, the balance that held the cosmos together. If a pharaoh acted unjustly, if rituals were neglected, if cosmic order faltered, the world itself could tremble. Take Mesopotamia. Kings existed to maintain harmony between humans and the gods, to ensure rivers behaved, to ensure fields yielded, to ensure cities remained in balance. Take the Indus Valley. Their cities were designed with such order, such uniformity, such cleanliness, that scholars believe they saw urban life as an extension of cosmic rhythm. Take early China. The mandate of heaven linked leadership directly to natural harmony. A drought or flood was not simply weather, it was a message. Across all these civilizations, different lands, different languages, different rituals, the same core idea flourished. Humanity must live in balance with forces greater than itself. This idea did not come from philosophy. It came from memory. From the memory of a world once lost to water, from the memory of wandering, from the memory of scarcity, from the memory of rebuilding, from the memory of adapting, from the memory of survival. The Great Flood shaped the ancient psyche not through myth alone, but through lived experience transmitted across generations. It shaped how people saw rivers, how they saw storms, how they saw leadership, how they saw law, how they saw architecture, how they saw time, how they saw themselves. When the floodwaters receded 11 or 12,000 years ago, they left behind more than fertile soil. They left behind a lesson. Life is fragile. Order is precious. Balance must be maintained. Ritual binds us to meaning. Memory protects us from forgetting. Unity is not an ideal. It is survival. Civilization was built on these lessons, but civilization also introduced new questions, questions that transformed ancient thought and still echo in our modern world. What does it mean to be human when our lives are shaped by systems we created? What responsibilities do we carry toward one another, toward the land, toward the unseen forces we interpret through myth or science? How do we preserve continuity in a world that never stops changing? How do we understand ourselves within the vastness of time? The earliest philosophers, long before the word philosopher existed, were the scribes, the priests, the astronomers, the builders, the farmers whose eyes tracked the horizon for signs of rain, the elders who remembered stories of storms that reshaped the land. They asked not for abstract truths, but for harmony. Harmony between human life and the rhythms of the world. Harmony between memory and future possibility. Harmony between individual desire and collective survival. Harmony between what is seen and what is felt. The questions they asked were the questions of a species still trembling from the memory of instability, a species trying to rebuild the world in a way that would not break. And as civilizations grew into empires, these questions deepened. With larger populations came greater responsibility. With greater wealth came greater inequality. With longer trade routes came greater vulnerability. With monumental architecture came silence, the whisper of what would remain after people were gone. The ancient world understood something that modern societies often forget. Civilization is not guaranteed. It must be renewed, relearned, rebalanced, recommitted to with each generation. This understanding is why the earliest civilizations emphasized education, not literacy alone, but ritual, memory, oral tradition, the passing down of knowledge, the maintenance of identity. At the core of this education was a simple truth. If we forget who we are, we forget how to live in balance. Balance was not an abstraction. It was the foundation of life, a concept shaped by the world after the flood, a concept carved into stone, a concept baked into clay, a concept sung in rituals, a concept written in myths, a concept built into temples. Balance was civilization's heartbeat. And because balance was so essential, the ancient world developed systems to protect it, laws to maintain fairness, calendars to predict seasons, temples to anchor meaning, governance to distribute resources, writing to preserve memory, architecture to align with cosmic forces, trade to unify regions, ritual to renew order. These systems, once developed, did more than protect civilization. They expanded it. Civilization spread not through conquest alone, but through the sharing of ideas. A tool created in one city migrated to another. A ritual performed in one region influenced neighbors. A law code copied on clay tablets traveled along trade routes. A belief system adapted across cultures. A building technique inspired construction elsewhere. Civilization became a conversation between peoples, a shared unfolding of human experience. And through this unfolding, the world slowly stitched itself into a tapestry of interconnected histories. This tapestry is the ancestor of our modern world, not technologically, but psychologically. We inherited not their structures, but their questions, their longing for meaning, their desire for stability, their fear of imbalance, their reverence for memory, their need for community, their search for wisdom, their hope for future generations, their recognition that humanity is part of something larger. We carry these ancient questions within us, even if we no longer remember their origins. When we build systems, we echo their attempts at order. When we study the stars, we repeat their search for pattern. When we write laws, we mirror their desire for fairness. When we tell stories, we extend their myths. When we record our lives, we continue their legacy of memory. When we seek meaning, we ask the same questions they once whispered around firelit courtyards. Civilization has changed in form, but not in spirit. It remains a fragile equilibrium shaped by shared intention, by cooperation, by memory, by belief. And now, as this long journey through ancient time approaches its final chapter, one last understanding comes into view. Civilization was humanity's answer to the world's unpredictability. But in answering the world, humanity discovered itself. As ancient civilizations grew into full empires, spreading their influence across valleys, plains, and coasts, another transformation occurred. One not of architecture or agriculture, but of consciousness itself. Humanity began to see its existence not only in terms of survival or balance, but in terms of legacy. The question shifted from how do we endure to what will remain of us? This quiet shift altered the direction of civilization. It's here, in this transition toward legacy, that we see the deepest echoes of the flood, the silent awareness that what is built can be destroyed, what is remembered can be forgotten, what is stable can be undone. The ancient world had learned this once, brutally, when waters rose and reshaped the earth. Now, as cities flourished, the memory of fragility led people to create structures intended to last beyond storms, beyond generations, beyond the reach of time. Monuments rose not for grandeur but for reassurance. A ziggurat towering over a Mesopotamian city was a promise that the earth would not wash away again. A pyramid ascending from the desert was a statement that death, like life, could be ordered and understood. A temple aligned to the solstice sun was a declaration that the universe had patterns humans could grasp. A massive granary was a quiet pledge that hunger could be held at bay. A palace with courtyards and administrative chambers was a reflection of cosmic hierarchy made visible. A city wall stretching for miles was a reminder that humanity could create boundaries against chaos. The early empires built not only for function but for meaning. They built to say, "We remember." They built to say, "We will not be swept away again." They built to say, "We are part of something larger." Yet, even as these structures rose, the ancient world continued to ask the same question beneath every stone. How do we remain in balance? Balance remained the central concern of early civilizations. Balance between water and land. Balance between seasons. Balance between labor and rest. Balance between rulers and ruled. Balance between abundance and scarcity. Balance between ritual and daily life. Balance between past and future. Balance between human intention and cosmic forces. This pursuit of balance shaped the earliest empires in ways that feel both familiar and foreign. In Egypt, stability was sacred. The pharaoh was not simply a king. He was the living axis through which Ma'at flowed, the conduit allowing cosmic order to enter the human world. In Mesopotamia, kingship was a contract between humans and gods. Kings built temples and maintained irrigation, not to display power, but to maintain harmony. In the Indus Valley, order appeared in the uniformity of bricks, the grid of streets, the purity of water channels, civil engineering woven with philosophy. In ancient China, rulers understood themselves as stewards of harmony. If they ruled unjustly, the mandate of heaven could be withdrawn, and nature would signal imbalance through floods, droughts, and storms. Every civilization believed the same thing in different languages. Civilization collapses when balance collapses. This belief was not superstition. It was an ancient truth learned from experience. For while civilizations flourished, they also faltered. Famine could spread silently through granaries. Rivers could change course. Trade routes could shift. Leadership could fail. Social cohesion could fray. War could destabilize regions. Climate shifts could undo entire economies. Each collapse carried the same message. Humans are not separate from the forces that shaped the flood. Humans are part of the same cycles. This awareness created humility within the grandeur of ancient empires. A humility often hidden beneath monumental architecture, but visible in their myths, their rituals, their laws. Consider how many ancient myths begin with destruction. A world flooded, a world burned, a world shattered, followed by renewal, rebirth, rebuilding. These myths were not stories of despair, they were stories of resilience. They taught that balance could be restored, that order could rise from chaos, that civilization could be rebuilt, that memory could guide the future.
This cyclical worldview shaped the ways ancient people understood their own mortality. To them, a human life was a thread in a long tapestry, not insignificant, but not central. Each life contributed to the balance of the whole. Each action influenced the equilibrium of family, city, cosmos. Death was not a break. It was a transition within the cycle. Egyptians saw the afterlife as a continuation of earthly order. Mesopotamians spoke of a shadowy realm where memory persisted. Harappan burial practices reflected continuity with ancestors. Ancient Chinese rites honored lineage as a conduit of cosmic harmony. Death was woven into life without fear. Fear belonged not to death, but to imbalance. Imbalance meant drought. Imbalance meant flood. Imbalance meant famine. Imbalance meant disorder. Thus, the ancient world placed more emphasis on maintaining balance in life than on fearing what came after. This attention to balance shaped every aspect of ancient ethics. Fairness in trade was not only economic, it was cosmic. Justice in law was not only social, it was universal. Honesty in leadership was not only moral, it was existential. Generosity in ritual was not only symbolic, it was essential. Civilization depended on the integrity of its participants, and participants understood that their actions echoed far beyond themselves. In the fields, in the storage rooms, in the rivers, in the heavens. This sense of connection shaped the earliest forms of introspection. Scribes reflected on the meaning of time as they copied tablets. Priests interpreted omens and patterns in the sky. Farmers watched the roundness of the moon as though it were a calendar of the soul. Builders measured their structures against the sun's changing position. Travelers compared stories from distant lands, stitching together new understandings of the world. Humanity was not only building civilization, it was building consciousness. And consciousness, once awakened, began to ask deeper questions. Who are we in the vastness of time? Why does the world rise and fall? What guides the forces that shape our lives? How do we preserve what we have built? What is the role of memory? What is the nature of the human journey? These questions did not come from abundance or leisure. They came from the memory of a world lost to water. The flood taught humanity that existence was fragile. Civilization taught humanity that existence was meaningful. Between fragility and meaning, the human story found its rhythm. This rhythm grew stronger as civilizations communicated with each other. Trade carried more than goods. It carried ideas. Stories crossed deserts. Technologies crossed mountains. Symbols crossed oceans. Beliefs blended. Calendars synchronized. Rituals adapted. Knowledge expanded. The world became less isolated. Civilization became shared. This sharing produced something extraordinary. The recognition that humanity's journey was collective, not confined to one region, not limited to one culture. Different civilizations expressed their understanding of the world differently, but their foundations were built on the same experiences. Nature changes. Memory preserves. Balance must be maintained. Ritual anchors identity. Authority must align with cosmic order. Systems require cooperation. Civilization requires meaning. When these shared foundations became clear across regions, the ancient world took another step forward. The step from local civilization
to global awareness. Not global in the modern geopolitical sense, but global in consciousness. People began to sense that their own experience was part of a larger story, a story that included strangers across distant mountains and rivers. They traded beads carved in one valley for shells gathered from faraway coasts. They wore patterns woven from ideas that originated hundreds of miles away. They built structures inspired by distant temples. They told stories that carried motifs older than writing. Humanity was beginning to see itself as a species with shared challenges, shared hopes, shared questions. This budding sense of unity did not erase differences. It deepened them in context. Different civilizations developed distinct identities. Egypt with its cosmic kingship, Mesopotamia with its temple cities, the Indus Valley with its ordered streets, China with its ancestral cosmology. Yet all were branches of the same ancient root, the root formed in the wake of the flood, when humanity learned that survival
required cooperation, and cooperation required meaning. Meaning became the soil of civilization. Meaning allowed systems to grow. Meaning allowed empires to rise. Meaning carried memory forward, and meaning gave future generations a foundation on which to continue. As the ancient world transitioned into the classical age, the principles first shaped in early civilizations continued to evolve. Philosophy became more explicit. Laws became more detailed. Writing became more expressive. Myths became more symbolic. Trade networks expanded. Empires connected regions. Knowledge accumulated in libraries. Sciences emerged from observation. Religion took more complex forms. But beneath every innovation, beneath every empire, beneath every written text, beneath every ritual, beneath every structure carefully aligned with stars, the same ancient memory persisted. We build because the world once washed itself clean. We organize because the past showed us the cost of chaos. We remember because forgetting once meant catastrophe. We seek meaning because it gives structure to uncertainty. We maintain balance because imbalance once reshaped the earth. We live in civilizations because survival is collective. We form laws because fairness protects harmony. We perform rituals because they align us with the cycles that guide existence. We write because memory must endure. We build because we are trying to understand ourselves. This understanding, quiet, deep, almost instinctual, is the inheritance left by the flood. It echoes in every early story. It whispers beneath modern cities. It moves through the architectures of every belief system. It breathes in the rhythms of every society. And now, as we move toward the closing movement of this long narrative, we can finally step back and see the shape of the story as a whole. The Great Flood did not simply end the Ice Age. It initiated the human quest for meaning. It gave rise to civilization. It taught humanity to build, remember, and reflect. It connected the ancient past to the living present. It gave us our first philosophies, our first sciences, our first cities, our first sense of ourselves as beings existing within time. And all of it began with water rising and the human spirit refusing to disappear. As the story of early humanity stretches across thousands of years, you begin to feel a kind of soft gravity pulling everything together. The rivers, the ruins, the myths,
The rituals, the rising cities, the shifting climates, the ancestral fear of imbalance, the quiet hope for continuity. It becomes clear that the emergence of civilization was not a sudden leap, nor a miracle of invention, nor a random accident. It was an emotional response, a philosophical response, a memory made into architecture. The memory of the flood lived in the bones of early humanity, a memory not of a single event, but of an entire world ending and beginning again. Whether the flood was regional or global, literal or symbolic, sudden or gradual, it left something deeper than geological scars. It left a psychological inheritance, a sense that the world could shift without warning, and that only unity, structure, meaning, and memory could protect future generations. Ancient people did not build cities because they wanted power. They built cities because they wanted security. They built cities because they wanted connection. They built cities because they wanted predictability in a world that had once lost it. They built cities because they wanted to ensure their children would not return to wandering. They built cities because collective continuity felt like the only safeguard against the great forgetting. This truth sits quietly beneath everything the ancient world created. When you look at the first irrigation channel carved into soft earth, you are looking at the desire to never be surprised by water again. When you look at the first granary with thick mud brick walls, you are looking at the fear of hunger transformed into cooperation. When you look at the first law carved onto stone, you are looking at the wish that fairness might replace chaos. When you look at the first temple aligned with solstices, you are seeing the yearning to understand the pattern of things. When you look at the first city wall, you are seeing the hope that protection could be permanent. When you look at the first written tablet, you are seeing the refusal to allow memory to vanish. Civilization is the architecture of longing, the architecture of remembrance, the architecture of resilience, the architecture of meaning. Everything the ancient world built began as a quiet desire to remain in harmony with forces too vast to fully control. And through this desire, humanity discovered the foundations of identity. Early humans understood themselves not in the context of individuality, but in relation to cycles. The cycle of water, the cycle of seasons, the cycle of stars, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of community. To be human in the ancient world was to be part of a rhythm older than memory. This rhythm shaped architecture. It shaped myth. It shaped social order. It shaped ritual. It shaped philosophy. It shaped science. It shaped writing. It shaped the human heart. Civilization was the orchestra, and humanity was learning how to play in harmony with the world's music. But harmony requires listening, and ancient civilizations listened to the rivers, to the wind, to the cycles of stars, to the memory of disaster, to the needs of community, to the silence between seasons. In this listening, they discovered a truth that shaped early philosophy. The world is not stable, it is balanced, and balance is not passive. It must be maintained. A canal must be cleared, a wall must be repaired, a ritual must be performed, a law must be honored, a field must be tended, a leader must be accountable, a community must remain cohesive, a story must be preserved, a memory must be retold, a pattern
must be recognized. A mistake must be corrected. Civilization is balance, carefully tended generation after generation. The more the ancient world learned, the clearer this truth became. Civilization was not a fortress against change. It was a means of understanding change. It was a way of living within cycles instead of being crushed by them. When ancient farmers watched the sky for hints of coming rains, they were not merely predicting weather. They were participating in the pattern. When priests tracked the movement of stars, they were not seeking superstition. They were seeking alignment. When councils debated how to distribute water, they were participating in cosmic balance. When scribes pressed symbols into clay, they were preserving the continuity of identity. When builders shaped walls according to sacred geometry, they were harmonizing structure with the universe. When storytellers recited myths of creation and destruction, they were reminding people of their place within a cycle. To live in the ancient world was to live with constant awareness that everything touched everything else. A single flood could reshape a generation. A single drought could break a city. A single leader could preserve harmony or disrupt it. Thus, early civilizations built systems designed not only for functionality, but for maintaining equilibrium. They believed that the city itself was a mirror of the cosmos. A disorderly city meant a disorderly universe. A harmonious city meant a harmonious universe. This belief shaped human history. It shaped the rules people created. It shaped the rituals they performed. It shaped how they treated strangers. It shaped how they honored the dead. It shaped how they raised children. It shaped what they feared. It shaped what they hoped for. Everything was part of the same fabric, and that fabric was woven from memory, a memory the ancient world held with reverence. The memory that once, long ago, the world had changed without warning. Perhaps that memory came from a flood, perhaps from glacial meltwaters, perhaps from rising seas, perhaps from shifting climates, perhaps from generations of wandering in unstable environments. Whatever its origin, the memory was real, and it gave birth to the greatest idea humanity ever created. We can build a world more stable than the one we inherited. Civilization was the attempt to anchor life in a universe of constant change. And in anchoring life, humans discovered something remarkable: the ability to reflect. Reflection is what happens when survival no longer consumes every waking moment. It is the space in which philosophy forms, in which science grows, in which art flourishes, in which myths deepen, in which identity becomes complex. The earliest civilizations were not just structures, they were mirrors in which humanity saw itself for the first time. The first time a scribe copied a law, a human examined morality. The first time a priest interpreted a solstice, a human examined time. The first time a builder aligned a wall with the stars, a human examined the universe. The first time a trader journeyed across deserts to exchange goods with strangers, a human examined connection. The first time a community stored food in a granary, a human examined the future. The first time a story was written instead of spoken, a human examined continuity. Civilization gave humanity a long view, a view that extended beyond one lifetime, beyond one season, beyond one generation. It allowed people to imagine a tomorrow different from today, a future that could be shaped intentionally. This ability to envision and build the future is the essence of civilization, and it is the inheritance left by the Great Flood. The flood was the moment when humanity realized that the world could be reshaped without warning. Civilization was the answer to that realization, a promise that the next reshaping would be met with memory, preparation, structure, and unity. This is why all early civilizations devoted so much to record keeping, why they built walls thicker than necessary, why they aligned temples with cosmic cycles, why they standardized weights and measures, why they created rituals for every season, why they established laws, why they honored ancestors, why they taught children stories of beginnings and endings. Memory was the foundation that anchored civilization to meaning. And now, as we look back across the thousands of years that separate modern humanity from its earliest cities, the story becomes clear. We are still following the same patterns. We are still balancing between order and chaos. We are still building systems to create stability. We are still writing memories so they are not lost. We are still searching for meaning in cycles. We are still asking ancient questions. We are still shaped by forces older than our species. The rise of civilization 12,000 years ago was not the end of a story. It was the beginning of us. It was the moment humanity chose to respond to uncertainty, not with fear, but with unity. Not with isolation, but with community. Not with despair, but with imagination. And that imagination continues. In our cities, in our systems, in our philosophies, in our sciences, in our stories, in our rituals, in our memories, in our hopes. Everything we do today, in ways subtle, hidden, almost forgotten, is connected to those early decisions made in the shadow of the flood. Everything we build now is a continuation of what they began. And perhaps the final truth is this: we are not separate from ancient humanity. We are their echo, their continuation, their dream carried forward. We live inside their legacy even when we no longer speak their languages or remember their names. Civilization is not something they built and we inherited. Civilization is something we share with them across time, a long chain of meaning, memory, vulnerability, creativity, and hope. It began with water. It continues with us. And now, as the long arc of this ancient journey draws gently to its end, you may notice how quiet everything suddenly feels. The rise of cities, the flow of rivers, the weight of myths, the pulse of early kingdoms, all of it begins to soften, like the distant echo of footsteps fading into desert night. The world that once roared with upheaval, with storms, with migration, with fire and flood, now settles into a kind of stillness. It is the stillness that comes after understanding. The Great Flood, whether literal or symbolic, geological or remembered, was never just a catastrophe. It was the beginning of awareness. It was the moment humanity learned that the world was changeable, that nothing was fixed, that permanence had to be created with intention. And so people built rituals. They built granaries. They built irrigation networks. They built temples aligned with the heavens. They built cities whose walls echoed the contours of meaning. They built civilization,
as a conversation with the forces that shaped them. When you trace your finger over an ancient stone, you touch not only the work of hands long gone, but the thoughts that guided those hands. When you imagine the first canals dredged through soft mud, you feel the quiet determination of people who refuse to run from uncertainty. When you picture ziggurats rising beneath the sun, you see the ancient belief that meaning could be anchored in the world through structure. When you hear stories of early kings, you hear the desire for order in a world that once drowned. Civilization was not an invention. It was a promise whispered across centuries. We will remember. We will prepare. We will live in harmony with forces larger than ourselves. We will build a world capable of withstanding change. We will connect our lives to the rhythms of the heavens. We will pass our knowledge to those who come after us. And you, listening now from wherever you are, in a quiet room, in a dimly lit apartment, in a bed as night gathers around you, you are part of that promise. Your world, though more complex, is built on the same foundation they shaped. Your systems, your cities, your understanding of time, your sense of self, all are distant reflections of those early decisions made on the banks of newly tamed rivers, beneath skies that once terrified our ancestors. The questions they asked are the questions you still carry inside you. How do I live in balance? What does stability mean? Where do I belong in the vastness of time? What do I owe to others? What holds my world together? What remains after I am gone? The past is not distant. It is under your feet. It is in your breath. It is in the stories you believe, in the rhythms of your days, in the way you seek meaning as night settles and the world grows soft. And now, as the light dims and the mind becomes quieter, you can let yourself drift into that ancient rhythm, the slow, steady rhythm of early humanity, watching rivers rise and fall, watching stars move in perfect arcs, watching the world change and choosing again and again to build rather than to fear. The Great Flood ended the Ice Age. The Great Flood began civilization. The Great Flood made us human in a way nothing else could, because the flood taught us to remember, and memory taught us to build, and building taught us to hope, and hope taught us to imagine the future, and imagination is what carried us all the way from stone tools to cities filled with light as you lie here now, listening, breathing, drifting. You are part of that ancient story. You always have been. You always will be. Rest now. Let your breath fall into the same slow cadence that ancient rivers once carried. Let your mind loosen, gently, like silt settling after floodwaters recede. Let sleep come to you as softly as dawn once came to the first villages built by human hands. And in that sleep, may you feel the quiet presence of all who came before you. May their memory keep you safe. May their resilience inspire you. May their hope carry you. May their wisdom guide you. Good night, and may your dreams be as deep and as ancient as the first stories whispered beneath rising stars 12,000 years ago.